Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning and welcome to the November 14th Historic Preservation Board here at the City of Miami Beach. We have a full but not overwhelming agenda today, happy to see. I'll review our procedures for everyone to be on the same page here. For each item, we'll start by having the staff present the item and describe their staff recommendations, followed by an opportunity for all of the board members to present any questions to staff about those. Then we'll invite the applicant to come up to the lectern, make their presentation in a limited amount of time, and return to their seats. At that point, we'll gather questions from the board and present them to the applicant and ask the applicant to come back and respond to all of those questions. And then we will move on to the public hearing. We'll ask anyone in the room who would like to speak to come forward, anyone on Zoom to please raise their hand and we'll call on them. And then we will have a chance for the applicant to provide a rebuttal if necessary. And then we'll move on to board member comment, one by one, ending with the chair. After that, we'll have a chance for a motion or a straw poll. We'll see where we go from there, and hopefully get to a roll call vote. And with that, I'll hand it over to Debbie Tackett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome. I'm going to turn it over to Nick Kalergis from the City Attorney's Office to swear in any members of the public that wish to testify and read the lobbyist registration notice.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format, with members of the board physically present in the temporary commission chambers at the Miami Beach Convention Center, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting via Zoom, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if participating by phone. Before I swear in the public, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, I'd like to swear in any members of the public or staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. First order of business this morning is the approval of the October 10th minutes. Do any board members have corrections, or do we have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do we
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. That passes. Mr. Chair, we have one request for continuance this morning that I'm aware of. That is HPB 230592. This is 624 Collins Avenue. We've been working with the applicant on their HPB application. They did want to make some modifications to the plans. And so in order to get the public to see the revised plans and the board members, they are requesting a continuance, I believe, to the December 12th meeting.
Correct. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, representing the applicant. We were making changes to our kitchen layout, and that fed the changes to the rooftop equipment layout. So as a consequence, instead of springing on you last minute, we decided to go ahead and just take a continuance to the December hearing.
And staff has no objection to that request. But we will need to open the public hearing. So, Mr. Larkin, is that it for you?
Yes.
Okay. Public comment, anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. And again, this is for the request for continuance. Anyone in the audience wish to comment? Okay, we can close the public comment.
Okay, sure.
And public comment is closed. We can have a motion to continue to the December 12th meeting. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Great.
Approved.
Thank you very much.
See you in December.
The next file is HPB 23-0593, 1760 Lenox Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for partial demolition and renovation of the existing single-family home, including the construction of attached additions and variances from the required setbacks, lot coverage, and unit size.
Thank you, Jake. Board members, this is an existing single-family home located in the Palm View Neighborhood Association. It is classified as a contributing structure. It was built in 1934 in the Med Revival Art Deco transitional style of architecture. This is a relatively modest request. The applicant is proposing the construction of a one-story rooftop addition on the existing rear accessory structure. That little rear accessory structure was originally constructed as a garage. It has been modified over time. The applicant is also proposing a one-story attached addition connecting the main home to the accessory structure, and then adjacent to the alley is proposing a permanent carport-type structure. These modest additions will be minimally visible from Lenox Avenue. We do not believe they will have any adverse impact on the surrounding historic district, and we are very supportive of the homeowner's intentions to renovate the home and expand it for his family. There are 4 variances associated with this request. The first variance is to exceed by 3.3% the maximum permitted lot coverage. So within historic districts, the maximum permitted lot coverage is 30%. If this property were located outside of a historic district and was determined to be an architecturally significant home, they do get up to the 35% lot coverage. So this particular applicant is asking for a variance, because they are within the district, for a 33.3% lot coverage. The second variance is to exceed by 2% the maximum permitted unit size of 50%. In order to provide the total unit size at 52%. Again, 50% is the maximum allowable lot coverage within a historic district, but outside of a district, if someone were to preserve a architecturally significant home, they would get up to 60%. So that's well below what an architecturally significant home would be allowed to do as of right. The second 2 variances are setback variances. The first variance is for the rooftop addition. The applicant is proposing to follow the existing setback of the one-story accessory structure. However, again, since this particular property does not have the incentives that are available to properties outside of historic districts, they are asking for that 2-foot, 1-inch setback variance to align the rooftop addition with the existing building. So they would not be increasing the nonconformity, they are just extending it vertically. And the final variance is to reduce the rear setback for the carport structure. So they are requesting a variance to reduce by 13 feet 11 inches, the minimum required rear setback of 22 foot 6 inches. This variance is interesting because when you look at the single-family neighborhoods in Miami Beach and the single-family regulations regarding the rear setback, unlike some of our other zoning districts that actually adjust the rear setback depending on whether you have an alley or not, the single-families regulations, in my opinion, don't seem to contemplate alley properties. There are very few single-family neighborhoods that have alleys. They are within the Flamingo Park and the Palm View Historic District. So because they have an alley, staff does see a practical difficulty. That is an extremely unique site condition for single-family homes in Miami Beach. Also, it's important to note that if this was a temporary, traditional carport with aluminum pipes and a canvas roof or a vinyl roof, they would be allowed to have a 5-foot rear setback. But since this is a concrete and steel structure, they are required to meet the setbacks of the main home. So staff is supportive of all 4 variances as outlined in our staff report, and we think the property owner has done a great job in taking care of the home, and we think this renovation project will be a benefit not just to the homeowner but actually to the neighborhood. So we are recommending approval, and I am available for any questions.
Does the board have any questions? Ray?
My question is, why is there a difference for a historic home in a historic district than outside of a historic district? Why isn't there not uniformity and consistency?
So that, do any of the other board members have questions before I jump in? We can take them all at once. No? Okay, that's a good question, Mr. Breslin. The incentives ordinance for the retention of significant single-family homes. The intention of that was that properties outside of historic districts do not have any protection against demolition. So in order to incentivize people outside of historic districts to retain and add to homes in lieu of demolishing them, these incentives were put in place. Now, at one point, there was a possibility that an existing home in a historic district could then designate as an individual structure and also be eligible for those incentives. That was removed some years ago. There was some concern from single-family homeowners in historic neighborhoods. I think MDPL had some concerns at that point. There was a property in Palmview that was looking at doing that. So the incentives ordinance were modified to specifically preclude contributing buildings in historic districts from being eligible for these incentives. It is something that the board, in previous discussion items, when we've talked about incentivizing retention, has suggested that maybe we look at, bringing back those incentives for historic districts.
Yes, because it almost seems like a punishment.
Right. Okay, with that, is the applicant here with a presentation? Would you like to come forward and say, address the board? Yeah, this, I believe, is the homeowner, correct? Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you, Deborah. Yeah, so the architect was supposed to come, and they're actually on the way, the architect and the contractor, but there was an accident from where they were coming from, so they're stuck in traffic. As a homeowner, I'd just like to say that, we spent a lot of time making sure that the structural aesthetics match the neighborhood.
You need to get closer to the mic. We can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, sorry. So the architect and the contractor were supposed to come, but they're stuck in traffic. There was an accident, so they're sitting in traffic. So I'm the homeowner. We spent a lot of time making sure that the property addresses the aesthetics of the neighborhood. It's not a huge addition, as was explained before. The four variances are not a strict departure from code, and within the spirit of the neighborhood and of the Historic Preservation Board, we'd like to get this permitted, and hopefully it will encourage other neighbors to do similar sorts of renovations, and will be a general enhancement to the area.
Sir, would you mind sharing your name for the record?
Oh, sure. So David Feldman, the owner of the property.
Thank you.
So it's up to the board. I guess, we sometimes run into these traffic issues in the county. Would you like to table this and hear from the architect, or would you like to discuss it? I mean, it's a very simple, straightforward application.
No, I think we need to hear from the architect, and there's also, before the hearing, we all received like an opinion from the Miami Design Preservation League. I understand they wrote quite a bit on it. I think there might be discussion. We have architects' plans in front of us. Shouldn't we? They're on the way, right? Can't we just hear another item and wait and hear from them later? Yeah, motion to table then. I was just explaining why.
Oh, Stuart, which item are you
Yes.
talking about, Stuart?
Just since our name was invoked, Daniel Serraldo with MDPL, we wrote about a separate item at length. This particular item we're fully supportive of. So if you want to go ahead,
Okay,
up to you all.
we have a motion to table, so I think we're obligated to.
Well, is
vote
there
on
a
that, no?
second to table?
Okay, seeing we don't have a motion a second to that motion, then we can proceed with the conversation.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, the applicant staff's given their presentation. Do you have any questions for the homeowner at this point?
Mr. Feldman, just curious, may I ask a question?
Sure, let's see if the board has any questions, we'll ask them to get them all out, and hopefully there are things that you can
Sure.
address.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
if we really have to wait for the architect and builder, we will. Otherwise, maybe we can just move this forward. So if we have any questions, let's go ahead and get them out now.
Just out of curiosity, how long have you owned the home? That's my question.
Okay.
Uh,
And before you answer them, we'll just get them all
Okay.
out and you can
Okay,
address
yeah.
them all.
Yeah.
I think Brian had another question too.
Yeah, just same curiosity. What the structure in the front? What's the intended use for that? Is another bedroom or?
Okay. Any other questions? Lindsay?
So, 2 questions, one procedural and one substantive. Would you like to wait for your architect to get here? Would you like
No,
us
no,
to?
I'm
Okay,
fine.
okay. I
I'm
just want to
fine.
make sure. And then the substantive question, has there been any discussion with the neighbors, support from the neighbors? I was kind of looking at the packet. I didn't see anything, but I would be curious to know that. And I know we're going to answer them all at once. but-
Sure. Okay. Any others?
I think that's it.
Yeah, so I've been an owner since March of 21. The front room is basically like a breezeway, so it'll be a dual inside, outside sort of a structure, which we'll use as a family room, and we'll have open doors to kind of give it a bit of an outdoor aspect as well. And in terms of neighbour support, I've sent the plans to 4 neighbours who signed a letter in support of the project, including 1 direct neighbour adjoining the property, 2 and 3 across the road.
Just a follow-up question. The neighbor immediately adjacent to the property, is that on the side where the carport would be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that, I think that you can return to your seat. We'll go ahead and open for public comment, and we'll go on from
Thank
there.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any members of the public in chambers or on Zoom, please raise your hand or come forward.
Okay.
There is no one on Zoom at this point.
All right. Hi, good morning, members. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. We're very happy to see this proposal. It is in keeping with the neighborhood. It's not a typical like white box, and architecturally it's very interesting. And also we're excited to see the new owners that are coming into this neighborhood. Many of you several years ago know that some of the owners had some concerns about historic preservation and incentives. And so I also think board members need to not be political in reviewing these, but really stick to the benefits of historic preservation, which you are all here and entrusted to protect. Also, I wanted to mention that, let me see, was there any other item? No, I think that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
Okay, thank you. I guess we can go ahead on to board member comment. Would someone like to start us off? Ray?
Oh, I forgot one other question. It says that this is a guest cottage, and yet you say it's an addition to your home for your family. Could you clarify that?
I mean, we just potentially.
Oh,
Sorry, if you don't mind
Can we have
com-
you on the mic?
I mean, just, we intend to, I've got 1 kid at the moment, and a second kid's coming. And so the second kid will fill the house. And so if we have visitors staying, we'd put them in that other bedroom, the new one. And that's why we call it a guest cottage. But it's really part of the, yeah.
Board member comment? Anyone? Thank you, sir. I think we're done with the questions. Apologies for that. Can we continue with board member comment? Anyone? Anything to share? Lindsay? Yes.
So I just want to make sure that, so one of the things I was looking at is the rear setback, and we were talking about that, the variance requested there. Not only is it on an alley, it's an alley abutting a commercial district, so it's that corner piece that's right there on Dade and Alton, where Carrot Express and whatnot is. That's the property that is directly behind it. So just want to make sure that we're looking at that and considering that in our analysis.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Anyone?
I'll just say, I think this is an excellent project. There are every reason to support the variances, and I thought the staff did a great job, and the architect's done a great job pulling this together.
Thank you.
And I would support a motion to approve, to start the approval process, because there are going to be a few votes, I think, that this will take. Two, one for all the variances and one for the certificate of appropriateness. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Stuart?
Yes, I just thought it's important why I have to explain why I'm going to vote no for the variances, and we've gone through this many times before, so I'll just try to keep it short because it doesn't seem to have any regard by anybody, and most importantly, the staff. That when a variance is requested, it means that we're asking to say that the person does not have to follow the law, and that the legal requirements in our city code in the variances are set forth in section 118-353, and there are 8 different criteria. One of them even, it says that the variance is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land. All I've heard is that it's a nice project, it's really no big deal, it is a nice project. But there's nothing in the application regarding the criteria that's legally required to approve a variance, nothing in the staff report, nothing in the conversation. And the code requires that the board has to make findings that each criteria of the code has been met in order to grant a variance. And there's nothing in the record on this. Might be a beautiful design, but it doesn't qualify for a variance, and that's why I can't vote for it.
Thank you, Stuart. Any other board member comment? Okay. Brian.
I would just say that, just to echo some of the staff's opinions and to respond directly to the previous comments, I think that it was quite clear the hardships that were articulated for this particular property inside of a historic district and why those variances should be granted, and also the compatibility of the proposed design seems like something that we should all get behind.
Okay, if there are no other board member comments, I'll add mine. I do think it's a very elegant and appropriate solution to the site. And the variances, if I might just tackle them individually, I think for the most part are very practical. The side setback consideration, we're talking about extending an existing wall. To do otherwise would be a practical difficulty in terms of construction. You'd have to start building foundations inside of an existing structure to shave off 2 feet. That would be a seemingly unnecessary cost, especially since the neighbor who would be most impacted is supportive of the project. So I think that's a fair and appropriate ask. As for exceeding the maximum lot coverage by 3%, as Debbie mentioned, outside of the district, they would be able to go up to 35%. So it really is a marginal difference. And I would say that if we saw that the dimensions of the spaces were excessive in any way, we would say, why don't you tidy that up a little bit? But everything actually seems quite reasonable. We're talking about working around existing structures, so it's not like you could pick up that garage, that existing rear structure, and move it elsewhere. If anything, I think what could be some cause for concern is the rear covered driveway, the carport, which houses the pool equipment. In a 22-foot length, that pool equipment is going to eat up at least 5 or 6 feet. So I really don't see how you're going to park the car in its entirety under that carport. You're gonna have the back of the car sticking out. So that might be an issue for you, if you're hoping to fully cover that. And I wonder if, there's been some consideration given to locating that pool equipment somewhere else so you can get your car fully in there. The point about this lot being on an alley is a less common situation here in Miami Beach. Furthermore, that alley backs up to a commercial use, so the impact of a rear carport getting closer to the property line is, I don't think it's going to have an impact on anyone. I do see that the carport also has a roof terrace on top, and then that roof terrace, you might say, well, maybe that's going to be an issue for someone. But again, the neighbor who's going to be most impacted is already on board with the project, and I think that kind of neighbor-to-neighbor conversation is really at the root of what this board is about. It's about making sure that we're working together as a community to build the city one piece at a time in a way that's accommodating for the individual and for the public. And so I think that's handled beautifully. You're gonna have a big roof terrace out there, and then you're gonna have to occupy that and keep it clean and deal with it, as opposed to just having a roof over the carport. But I think that's a personal decision, and I would be supportive of all of these. So at this point, I'm gonna ask the board to put forward a motion. We need to deal with two motions, right? The variances separately from the certificate of appropriateness. Is that correct? Okay, so would someone like to start us off?
And Mr. Chairman, before you make a motion, I forgot to ask, did any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose on this project? Okay.
I'll move to approve the certificate of appropriateness as per staff recommendations.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Yes. Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. We'll need another motion for the variances.
A motion to approve the 4 variances, I believe it is,
Yes.
that are outlined in our variance analysis.
Correct.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein Berman?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Congratulations. We
Thank
look
you, sir.
forward to seeing the project.
The next file is HPB 21-0499, 1445 Pennsylvania Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing building, the construction of a one-story rooftop addition.
Okay, thank you, Jake. This particular application was actually heard by the board, I think it was back in September of 2022, so it's been quite some time. The application was continued, and the board gave some suggestions. It was then deferred by the applicant, and was renoticed for today's hearing. So this is a contributing building, located on Espanola Way and Pennsylvania Avenue. And I don't know if the board recalls our conversation back in September, but there were some concerns regarding the line of sight. There were also some concerns with regard to protecting the neighboring building from any type of noise intrusion. At the time, it was proposed to be a roof deck that was amenity for the entire hotel. It's a small hotel, there's only several rooms. But since that time, the applicant has revised the plans, including the programming of this penthouse level. This penthouse level will be one single hotel room, and the rooftop, the active use rooftop area will be delegated to that one unit only and will not be an amenity for the hotel, the entire hotel, and will not be open to the public, which was the previous plan. Staff is supportive of the modifications. We do believe that this adequately addressed the board's concerns and some of staff's concerns at the time. So we are recommending approval. There is, it's not a waiver for the line of sight, but there is criteria that's outlined on page 9 of the report that allows the board to what is the exact language is not away from, but to modify the line of sight. So there is a small portion of this that will be within the Espanola Way side line of sight. And based on the following criteria, staff has found that those are satisfied. And we believe it will be very minimally visible, and we are supporting the application. I should also note that the pylon signage has also been revised. The original sign did say the word drugs. This was Penway Drugs, and the applicant has agreed not to reintroduce that text to the sign, which was also a concern of the board. So again, this is somewhat of a reduced application from the last time you saw it. And staff is supportive and recommending approval. I am available for any questions, if the board members have. If not, we can turn it over to the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable board members. James Rao with Greenspoon Martyr, offices at 600 Brickell Avenue, here with the project architect, Charles Benson. And with us via Zoom are my colleague, Adrian Noto, and our client, Gerald Buhana. Debbie really covered the history of this and the application in its current form. Just to refresh some of your recollection, this is a structure that was built in 1939, 1445 Pennsylvania Avenue. It sat dormant for quite a number of years before our client recently purchased it, and I think everyone, including folks from the neighborhood, are happy there's something being done here so that it's revitalized and renovated in a nice way. As Debbie indicated from the original plan, originally there was a variance we requested. That's been totally withdrawn. There are no variances requested in this application. I'm not just saying that for Stuart, but it's true. It's true. There are no variances.
I would grant your variance if you just at least addressed it.
No. I'm just, so at this point, as Debbie indicated, the rooftop addition is one hotel room. And in terms of the rest of the property, it's the adaptive reuse of the structure, and it's update and renovation. So I'll turn it over to our architect, Mr. Benson, if just want to run through the plans and field any questions that the board may have. There we go.
Good morning, board members and city staff. My name is Charles Benson from Charles H. Benson Associate Architect with offices at 407 Lincoln Road. So I'm assuming you've all gone through the package of drawings. Basically, the entire facade has remained the same since the previous submittal. We currently are going through extreme concrete restoration on the building. We're probably 40% through that. We had our window permit as well, and once the concrete restoration will be done, we'll be installing the windows. And as Debbie said, basically we've modified the application to change the use of the rooftop addition. Apparently the owner has gone through a lot of studies and market analysis of what's going on in the industry, and he felt that the use that he proposed before was not really going to be financially feasible, so they've reduced it into a single unit, and we've eliminated all these swimming pools and crazy waterfalls and bars and lagoons and raised seating area. So basically it's a single unit right now. So currently, this is the proposed design, basically a single unit. And as you could see, we have one kind of a plunge pool and a jacuzzi. And we tried to limit the activity more to the south part of the project. And we had a lot, based on the concerns of the neighbors. And I think it's pretty straightforward. I have nothing more to say.
Just to close out, your professional staff has recommended approval, and the applicant's in agreement with the conditions. And we thank the Miami Design Preservation League for their comments and support. And with that, we'd ask you to approve the application. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, I'll ask the board to put forward any and all questions and give you a chance to respond to all of them together.
My question would be, if that's a single unit on the roof, and I'm a promoter, I rent that, and then I have a party out on the roof for 100 people, how can you prevent that from happening?
Well,
We'll try to get all the questions out, and then you can address them together. Thanks. Any other questions?
I had a question actually about the historic name. Thank you, it's a beautiful presentation, but did you ever uncover why it was called Penn Way? Was that street originally Pennsylvania Way, or did you find anything?
It's the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue and Espanola Way.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
Maybe.
Right. And the farm and the drugstore was called Penn Way.
No, yeah, I see the signage above the entablature above the original corner entrance. So I was just curious if there was a particular reason why. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Lindsay? No? I guess my only question would be if you could tell us a little bit about the second entrance and the use of the second floor, where it says lobby and boutique, and then it looks like hotel rooms, but they're not quite. Could you just expand on what the use is?
Yes, so basically there used to be 8 apartments in the building, so we're basically proposing 7 because we need to introduce an elevator, and we have to also create new staircases because none of them comply and they're very deteriorated. So we're basically having only 7 hotel rooms and a little, basically if you have a hotel, you're gonna have to have some sort of lobby, you're gonna have to have some sort of front desk. So that ate up one of the corners along with the elevator, which was strategically placed there. It's very complicated to keep the historic facade and the circulation. So basically the entrance has to be in order to preserve the whole facade, I needed to locate the elevator on the east side of the building and basically have the entrance to the hotel from the east side so it didn't create a situation with the downstairs restaurant. The staircase in the front on the on the west side was also an issue because it didn't allow for proper circulation and better use and the space planning of the restaurant. So basically it's 7 rooms, a front desk, an elevator which now goes up to the rooftop. We have, life safety conditions here, and as was mentioned about the occupant load, fire, has to comply with occupant load. That's why we have the staircases that we have right now. We've created kind of like a bigger plunge pool to basically limit the occupant load because after a certain amount you need other requirements. So if you say as a promoter, yes, it's the whole roof deck because, to have a roofing area outside of a big suite is not going to be marketable for a bigger tenant. So we only have 1 bedroom, we have a seating area, we have a big bathroom. We tried to eat up as much square footage as possible, not to have floor area for what you mentioned, to have a bigger occupant load for promoting. So that's why I have a jacuzzi and I have a built-in seating area and built-in planters and a really oversized plunge pool. I created a small little outdoor dispensing counter, and I showed some hammocks, but overall there's not a lot of open flowing area. It's kind of L-shaped, so that's basically how we try to limit the occupant load up there.
In terms of the second entrance, there's no second entrance, there's just one entrance. Can you put up the drawing? There you go. Which page you want?
Yeah, so basically, we would have loved to only have a single staircase, but we've met with the fire department. So that staircase on the west side is a life safety requirements. We prefer it not being there because now we have, security and control area there. So the only reason we have 2 staircases is because of life safety requirements and code requirements for basically being, we call it a rooftop, but it's really another floor. So that is not great, but it would be basically an exit-only staircase gate, and on the second floor it would be exit-only. And also the problem is that to be out of the line of sight, it's going to be raining in that staircase, which originally and historically always rained on it. So it becomes a challenge, and it was a life safety requirement. So it's not meant to be an access for anybody to go up there. It's basically an exit. From the second floor, it would be exit only, and on the ground floor, it basically serves as a second means of egress. And if there's any way I could get rid of it from the rooftop, I would.
Okay, I think we had a couple more questions, if you don't mind. Lindsay?
When you say that the staircase door is going to be exit only, are we talking fire alarm will sound when you open this door?
Sure.
Or just only one way out?
Sure, we could make that a condition. I don't have an issue, if you want to make that a condition.
I wanted to know what the existing
Sure.
status is, and then I
Yeah,
think we can.
the thing is that staircase is like really in the wrong place. It's right on the main facade, but it was properly designed. It has an opening, we're not glassing it in, so it's gonna be always full of water. So to have, passage of people up and down is a big liability, and there's nothing we could do. The stair is there. We would love to have it sealed off and not access, but the fire department has required me to do that.
Okay.
Brian?
What kind of signage, I'm always, the sign on the front just kind of brings me so much nostalgia, actually. So I'm just curious, what kind of signage are you proposing for this? And kind of like the iconography and the font and whatnot? Because
Right.
this is actually quite, like for somebody who's lived on Miami Beach for a while, the signage on the front is actually quite, familiar in a way.
Well, again, we wanted to abide by the code and have the exact same copy and signage, but the board really didn't like us having the word drugs across of
No,
a
I wasn't
school.
talking about the.
I
I wasn't talking about the drugs section. I was talking about the sign in the front.
Meaning Tantra?
Yeah, the Tantra sign in the front.
Well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think
'Cause
he
that
bought
in
the
your-
rights to the name, and
Oh, okay.
and so he wants to keep it, and that's the actual name we want to put on the building is Tantra.
No, I understand that. I'm just
Okay.
asking you because if I'm looking at the drawings, but I can't quite tell, is the only location, let me be a little
The
more
corner.
specific, is because on the drawing that I'm just looking at, there is no Tantra on the corner, it's only on the top. Am I
Well,
incorrect?
Yeah, the thing is that always when I show signage on a drawing, I'm always told to take the signage off because it's not part of, but we did, since the pylon
Well,
sign
that's
was
my
being.
question, I
Yeah, since the
guess.
pylon sign was being recreated, I had to show something substituting the word drugs. So
No,
we
I'm not
did that.
talking about the drugs. I'm
Right.
talking about on.
The corner.
The corner.
Right, we're gonna have around the radius, if signage code permits an additional sign, we would put the word Tantra wrapping around the corner.
Okay, thanks.
That's the extent, because
In other
this
words,
is
not part of
one
this
tenant building. The restaurant's gonna be, it's all one. Yeah, so it's gonna, the idea is for it to be Tantra, that's what I'm being told.
Okay, are there any other questions? Sorry, I will add one more, just regarding the finish at the street level for that exit stair. It looks like there's a kind of a metal grill or glass block. It's not quite
Right.
not quite clear what that is, and we don't see a door there. Is there in fact a door in the plan?
I have to pull up the plans, but the glass block is original, and we've had the contractor currently put plywood over it just to protect it, and it has some funky corner glass, it's a gate. It's not a solid door. We could work with staff on that, because I don't believe the gate that's there may be original. We'd have to look at the photograph and compare it, but we have to do a new gate there, and staff would review that and do that administratively.
Okay. Thank you for addressing all of those questions. If you'd like to have a seat, we'll go ahead and open it to the public.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any members of the public wishing to comment, please raise your hand on Zoom or come forward. Mr. Chair, we have a member on Zoom, Ashley Moline. Good morning, Ashley.
Hi, Ashley. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, Ashley, I see you put your hand down, but you're still muted. If you would like to speak on this application, please unmute yourself. Okay, I don't see her unmuting and the hand has come down, so anyone in chambers?
Yes, hi, Daniel Seraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. So this building is a beautiful example of Art Deco architecture, and we're very excited to see it renovated and brought back to life. Unfortunately, for many years, it's been sort of dilapidated, and so we're hopeful that the owners are going to start. We know some of the concrete restoration has started already. Maybe they could give us an update on that. But overall, we're very happy that the rooftop addition won't be as intense. And although we had concerns about the visibility from the street, we are pleased with a lot of the other changes, and especially bringing that finial back. And so we are supportive of the project with the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On Zoom, we have Bonita Bona.
Hi, Bonita. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3
My
minutes.
daughter, Ashley Moline, is going to be speaking on my behalf. As she comes back on, I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, I see. Ashley, can you raise your hand if you would?
She'll be coming back in a minute. I'm sorry, I'm under doctor's care right now. I can't. She's going to speak for me.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, do we have Ashley? Ashley? Okay, I see your hand raised. Ashley, if you can unmute yourself?
It's for the next item on the agenda. That's why I put my hand down before.
Oh, okay, so you're not here on Pennsylvania Avenue, 1445
No,
Pennsylvania?
no.
Okay, thank
No,
you,
I
Ashley. We'll be with you in a few minutes for the next application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, solve that mystery, and I see no one else from the public wishing to speak, so we can close the public comment.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. For board member comment, would someone like to begin? Stuart.
Sure. And I just want to maybe broaden the discussion about the signage, because I recall that the last meeting, when they agreed to take off the drugs, that there was a discussion about whether we could put different type of name on it. And I thought there was an agreement it was going to be something decorative, like a fountain burst or something. I'm not opposed to the Tantra signage, but I understand, like Brian raised a concern that there was the sign that's actually on the curvature on the corner of the building. I don't have a preference. I'm okay with Tantra on the pylon, but if that is still a concern, as it was before for the city or any other people, members of the board, maybe we'd have more of a discussion on that.
Next.
I would like to hear more about the concrete restoration, if you guys could give an update on that.
Great. So basically, my client bought the building on the premise that it was a very healthy building. It just received the 40-year recertification. But when we started doing a lot of selective demolition, it was really not good. And that's why at one point I mentioned to the board, which I think everybody was in arms, is like, what happens if we have to replicate the building? So we got a GC in there and we put emergency shoring, and really the concrete is really not very good. But the whole building now is shored completely, and they've so far have done about, I'd say maybe 35%, 40% construction concrete restoration. A lot of the columns had to be completely stripped. The stirrups are gone. We've had to dowel through the eyebrows, and it's going in the right direction. I'm there almost every 2 days. I'm not the structural engineer, but I'm very well experienced in structures to a certain degree, but it's obvious that it's not in good shape. So everything is completely shored. All the eyebrows are shored. And they're working their way on the north and on the east side currently. You don't see any concrete restoration yet on the west and the south, because the property line actually goes to the building. You know, you see a big setback, but that's not our property, it's Public Works. So instead of having to have an MOT and pay the amount of money, they made an analysis financially that it's better to restore the north side on the inside, upstairs and downstairs, the east side, upstairs and downstairs, which I think today they'll be pouring a lot of the columns and beams. And then once that is 100% done, they're gonna relocate the shoring once that's all stabilized and move it to the outside perimeter, and then pull their MOT, and then have to do a lot of sidewalk protection and walkthrough. So it's a big process, and it's a costly process. It wasn't, they never thought that this was gonna be this way, because they just had a 40-year recertification, not by my client, but that's what they researched, and they thought they were buying a healthy building. But again, I mean, I don't want to talk bad of 40-year recertifications, but unless you do a really good forensic early on, you're not going to really see how bad the structure is. So we're taking a lot of precautions in this building.
Thank you for that update. Any other board member comments? Ray, Laura, Brian? No? Lindsay? Okay. I guess I would just add that, following up on my previous question, it looks like the gate, the question of the gate is one to be addressed. I don't see it on the plans, and we trust that you can work with staff to resolve that. But otherwise, we appreciate you and the applicant taking the board's comments to heart and making those adjustments. I think that everybody seems to be happy with it. So I'll turn it back to the board and see if anybody would like to make a motion.
I'll move to approve as per staff recommendations.
I'll second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Did I get everyone? I think so. Yeah. Okay. Congratulations.
The next file is HPB.
Thank you very much.
HPB 23-0572, 7801 Atlantic Way. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of the existing single-family home and the construction of a new single-family home.
Okay, thank you, Jake. This is a very unique part of the city. This is the Altos Del Mar Local Historic District. So in your staff report, we have included a relatively extensive history of this particular area of the city and the historic designation, as well as the adoption of the Altos Del Mar Historic District Design Guidelines. A very brief summary of that, if you go through, which we had good knowledge at a staff level of the historical development of this area, but not precise knowledge in terms of exactly why things were being done. So I want to thank Jake, who did a lot of research through the Miami Herald archives and other city archives to present to you this, what is somewhat a convoluted history. It is really between 1983 and 1993 when the state of Florida, along with the city, began looking at this area, and as part of the Save Our Coasts initiative, the state actually began buying up a significant number of single-family home parcels. The intention of both the state and the city at the time was to buy enough homes, and I think they needed 85%, in order to expand open space in the park. This effort went on for nearly 10 years until the state realized that they were not going to be able to accomplish what we set out to do, and they were not going to be able to purchase all of the lots. At that point, there was a lot of discussion with the state as to what to do with those lots. The city was able to purchase several of the lots. The state actually deeded us the lots where Altos Del Mar Park is going to be, which was just completed and is beautiful if you haven't been up there. But at some point, an auction was scheduled by the state of Florida. That was a real concern, the idea of auctioning off this oceanfront land by a lot of the residents in the neighborhood, as well as a lot of city commissioners at the time. The intent of the designation was to preserve the single-family character. There was some concern about redeveloping into high-rise, multifamily structures, or even hotel structures. So in 2000, this board adopted a series of design guidelines, knowing that this is an incredibly unique, not only architecturally, neighborhood, our only last remaining oceanfront single-family neighborhood, and the fact that environmentally, we were dealing with something that was very different from our other neighborhoods, and that is specifically the proximity of these properties to the coastal construction control line. We talk about flooding issues all the time with base flood elevation and raising properties to base flood elevation. In 2000, we weren't really actually talking about that, right? But we always were talking about the coastal construction control line because that deals with storm surge, and that's something that the state regulates and that we've been required to comply with the state law for quite some time. When the district was designated, 7 of the 12 oceanfront lots that contained, there were 7 of the 12 that contained homes. Since 2005, 4 of those homes were demolished. There were undeveloped lots as well. And between 2012 and today, 8 of the 12 oceanfront lots have been developed with new homes approved by this board that were consistent with the very specific Altos Del Mar Historic District design guidelines, which really were developed in a manner to anticipate that all of these lots would be developed with new construction, and to retain that character of the original 55-foot wide lot development pattern. Another interesting regulation is dealing with lot aggregation here, because that was also a concern, that especially when the state was auctioning off these properties, they refused to auction them off as single properties. So they were auctioning them off as blocks of properties. At that time, the city did decide to limit lot aggregation in order to preserve that character of these 55-foot, very deep lots. And so I think that history is important, especially for board members who haven't seen projects in this neighborhood before, or, you know, it's in North Beach. It's a private, Atlantic Way is a private road. So even, you know, a lot of our residents who have lived here for a very long time aren't as familiar with what, you know, why is Altos Del Mar the way it is today. Moving on to this current home, this is one of the few remaining contributing homes. It was built in 1935, designed by Schopel and Southwell. It is a good example of the Mediterranean Revival Deco transitional style. When we met with the applicant, we did ask them to explore raising the home. Again, it's not a floodplain issue, so raising it to 9 wouldn't help. That the finished floor is actually at above 9. So it meets the FEMA standards. What it doesn't meet is the coastal construction control line requirements, which would require any construction below 18, I think it's 0.2 feet here, to be breakaway construction, to be frangible construction. We did ask the applicant with their engineer to look at alternatives for raising the home or somehow creating a breakaway ground floor. And they have I believe they have two engineering reports that came back and basically said that would not be possible due to the existing structural conditions, that it would need to be rebuilt. Being rebuilt with the required changes that would be made for that breakaway construction, staff does not feel that would be an appropriate option. The design of the new house is consistent with the Altos Del Mar Historic District Design Guidelines. We are supportive of the massing scheme. It does respond well to those long, narrow lots. We believe that it's a well-composed design that is consistent with the character of Altos Del Mar today. And we are recommending approval, as noted in our recommendation. There are no waivers or variances being requested as part of the application. With that, I'm sure if the board members may have some questions for me, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Debbie. Any questions for staff?
I have a few questions about the Altos Del Mar guidelines. The analysis, speaks, like the guidelines are mentioned many times, but then there's not much specificity on exactly what those guidelines are. So because I'm kind of looking at it within the prism of the project being consistent with what indeed those guidelines are. And I don't have a lot of guidance from staff on this question. The only thing that I have, and maybe I could have overlooked it, was just the question or the mention of reinforcing the original 50-foot wide development pattern of the neighborhood, creating a framework for massing and facilitating compliance with coastal wave, which you mentioned earlier. But if you could maybe get a little more specific for me, I think that could be helpful.
Sure. Any other questions?
I'm just curious, the coastal construction line, when was that put forth by the state of Florida? And is that redone every 10 years, 20 years? Or I guess I'm wondering why there's such a drastic conflict between that code and FEMA, especially as it relates to a barrier island with 30, 40% of buildings in historic districts.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if not, I'm happy to answer your questions. The Altos Del Mar design guidelines that were adopted by this board are actually outlined with your other 40 or so criteria. They're easy to get lost on page 9, 10, and 11. They are very prescriptive. They are divided into different sections. The first section would be neighborhood design guidelines, which deal with perimeter walls, fences, landscaping, and the street ends. That portion we actually took to the board back in 2004 as kind of a master plan for the neighborhood. So that's not as applicable. It's still applicable, but not as the remaining ones. So the second set of guidelines deals with building and site design, relationship to other adjacent buildings, positive outdoor space. You'll see throughout Altos Del Mar, the new homes, they do have these courtyards and these outdoor spaces that are encouraged. Main entrances, that's also a very specific guideline, where the main entrances are located, the transition from the entrance, carports and garages, long, thin home, building wings, cascade of roof lines, so different levels of roof, usable roofs, light on two sides of every room, outdoor terraces, galleries, and balconies, and connection to the site. So those are described in more detail on pages 9 through 11 of your staff report. Okay, and the second, so Brian, do you have any follow-up with that, or?
I have a follow-up.
Go
My
ahead.
name's not Brian, so let me go first. Thanks. But so pages 9 through 11 has an analysis about how this application relates to the design guidelines for the Altos Del Mar district. But on page 8, it lists the goals of the guidelines. And I don't see any analysis of how the goals are furthered by this application. For example, just the first goal says preservation and rehabilitation, which contribute to the character of the historic districts. So the analysis, so I understand the analysis is that the guidelines are satisfied, but how about this goal? Is this goal furthered in any way?
So is that a question?
Yes. That preservation and rehabilitation to contribute to the character of the historic districts? Is that in any way?
So we believe, as stated in our staff report, that the project is consistent with the intent and goals of the Altos Del Mar Historic District and design guidelines. Yes, we do believe that it is consistent with the design guidelines and the purpose and intent of not only the designation, but also the design guidelines.
Just another question too. I mean, in your analysis, Debbie, you guys talk about kind of like the notable design features being the walled entry courtyard and a 2-story octagonal entry tower, which, I did find was a pretty compelling structure and piece. And so I was just curious in working with the applicant and kind of, if you can give a little bit of perspective there as to whether those two notable features are included in this current plan. I mean, the octagonal tower is definitely not included, and so I was just curious why that did not happen.
Okay, I'll answer that, and then I have Ms. Lovell's question to go back to. So when we've looked at this several times. We've seen different projects. I think one of them it was submitted, but was not even presented to the board. So every time we've looked at this property, we have, one of the first things we look at is there anything that can be saved and, reintroduced into the site? Or is there something that could be reinterpreted in the site? The guidelines, I think, make that somewhat difficult. And the zoning code, I'll be honest with you, because this particular area does have a separate set of zoning regulations in terms of height, setbacks, and where the massing can be located in terms of the east side and the west side of the lot. Staff believed, and we did, we looked at that with both projects and struggled to find an appropriate way to integrate any particular portion. The composition of the contributing building is really a composition. I think taking a piece out of it and then just kind of plopping it somewhere on the site would not have a lot of integrity from a historic preservation or a design perspective. And so that was, a discussion that we had with the applicant, and ultimately, that is not something that staff is recommending. Now, to answer the question regarding the coastal construction control line, I believe that was developed in the 1970s or 80s, was
82.
it? 82, okay. And that is specific, again, remember, 1982, the sea level rise, climate change discussion was not happening. Only by a very few very smart scientists, but not as a general government issue. This is due to the wave action, right? So when you have a storm surge, you have a significant force of a wave action hitting all properties that are along the ocean. And so that's why these regulations are entirely different from what a floodplain requirement is. And it has to do with the energy that the wave produces as it comes ashore.
Can I ask a question about your presentation? Lindsay, you want to go? Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
I had a question earlier, and it's okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. And I do have a follow-up, so maybe this will. So the first question was, I was reading through the staff report, and you mentioned this, that at one point, 4 of the 12 lots remained undeveloped. A whole bunch of. Am I right in thinking there's 1 lot that is currently undeveloped in this area, or are there more? That's the first question. The second question is kind of a follow-up. The coastal construction control line, I'm trying to understand it from a layperson's perspective, because the intent of the coastal construction control line is to protect our dune system and which are our first line of defense. So my question is, if someone here can answer it, I'll take the answer from anybody, is the thought process behind having the first floor being a breakaway is so that if a wave comes and it takes away structure, it's taking away very little that will not upset and disturb our dunes. Is that kind of, that's how I'm understanding it. So I'm curious.
I believe you are correct. Okay. Just in the same way with our beach walk system, that is all breakaway construction. So it will not cause severe damage to our system. Did you have another question in there? Oh, yes, there's one undeveloped lot currently left.
Can I ask the question about you mentioned in your presentation, Debbie, that back in 2000, there's evidence that there was discussion on this board at that time that there was a need to make a code that would accommodate for new construction. Is that a conversation that was recorded in meeting minutes, or how do we know that, or is it just from some other evidence?
It should have been audio recorded, probably on the cassette tapes. Because I don't know if you remember. I remember when I started here, we would have a cassette player recorder. We did not go back and listen to that. What we did is there are staff reports that go through the thought process as to why that was being done. But there was a significant concern at the time about preserving the light and air, and that the kind of street grid and those long, narrow homes, and also discouraging lot aggregation. There's a limit on lot aggregation here to 2, but then there's very detailed development regulations if you are going to aggregate. So far, we have not had that. We have had all of these properties develop as single lots.
So what you're saying is really the only purpose of establishing the historic district was to ensure that it maintained single-family homes, and that some developer didn't come in and build a high-rise or multifamily properties.
Yeah, in the 90s, the biggest fear, and this fear started really intensifying when the state was planning the auction. Because up until then, we thought, okay, this is going to be open space. And at one point, the city had actually owned 2 homes in Altos Del Mar Park. We were going to create a historic village in that area. That didn't work out. The board actually approved the demolition of those 2 homes in the park. It was when the state was planning this auction, not with single lots either, right? Multi-property auction, where I think you could bid on a minimum of 2 or 3 lots at a time. There was significant concern that this was going to develop into a high-rise, multifamily, or commercial neighborhood. So the preservation of the last remaining, and it is today, our last remaining oceanfront single-family neighborhood, from what I have read, was a primary objective. If you look back, a lot of our oceanfront, including, where the Fontainebleau is, was all single-family homes. And that, at one point, was the character of the city along the ocean. And I think, at the time, it was just very important to retain that use on our ocean for at least one of our historic neighborhoods.
Any other questions for Debbie? Okay. Thank you for all of that, Ms. Taggett. We'll move on to the applicant's presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. I have a big team with me today with Stephanie Halfin, our architect of record, Juan Pacheco, landscape architect, Stephen Abdikoff, our preservation architect, Aliasker Ganem, our structural engineer, Christy Brush, our coastal permitting consultant, who could talk all day about the coastal construction line for over 20 years. I work with Christy. She's sensational, and she has more knowledge than any other person in this room or in South Florida about coastal permitting. So I'm happy to have her on our team. And then last but not least, my colleague Nicholas Rodriguez. Next slide.
Given the number of presenters you have, are you going to need a certain amount of time to get through all of this?
Probably 20 minutes. Okay. And I think that would streamline the discussion to capture all the issues at the beginning.
Okay. Can we set that up for 20? Seeing we have a light schedule ahead, I think we can accommodate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So Debbie was correct. This historic district was created in 1987. It was done mostly in anticipation of the fear that the state's efforts to create a park to add to North Shore Open Space Park would fail, and that these lots would be sold to multifamily developers or hotel developers. So in 1987, the city went forward and created this local historic district. But interesting to note, as was just talked about, it was more to retain the single-family character of the neighborhood rather than the existing built environment, which is ironic for an historic district. But next slide. If you look at the statistics, there were 36 total lots at time of designation. 20 were vacant at the time of designation, so over half of the lots were vacant. There was no built environment to maintain there. Of the 7 waterfront structures that existed when the district was created, 3 remain now. Next slide. The designation report focused upon design characteristics rather than a particular architectural style, looking at interior courtyards, wide overhung porches and terraces, thick masonry walls, and the generous use of indigenous materials. Next slide. The designation report was a one-off because it actually contains design guidelines. It says new construction shall be compatible with the existing structure in terms of site, scales, setbacks, use of materials, and sight lines. Interesting quote from there, it says, imitative architecture is not encouraged, while contemporary design utilizing those characteristics listed above is recommended, an indirect reference to new construction. Next slide. Again, in 2000, the city became nervous because the state was selling the lots, but they said at a minimum, a purchaser had to buy 2 lots, and the city believed that was incongruous with a more narrow 50-foot lot development pattern within Altos Del Mar. So the city pushed forward quickly and adopted design guidelines through you all first, and then ultimately City Commission. Here's a couple interesting quotes from the design guidelines. Is this blending of new and old must respect the history and character of the neighborhood, maintaining the casual beachfront atmosphere and modest scalability while adapting to realities of modern times, a reference to the coastal construction regulations. A much more explicit reference follows. A much greater challenge presented by the state of Florida's coastal flood protection laws. The challenge is having the new construction be consistent with the existing homes in the district. Next slide. This is an aerial photograph of the 12 waterfront lots. Note that they look like they're 3-story homes, many of them, but in fact the ground floor is not habitable. It has to be elevated to 18 feet NGVD to allow for those breakaway walls. So when the hurricane does hit, the water rushes through, causing minimal damage. Next slide. 7801 is located on the left-hand side. It's the southernmost home within this photograph. Next slide. This is the southern half of Altos Del Mar. The vacant lot that Jake and Debbie talked about is the very southernmost lot there. Next slide. This is a chart of the waterfront lots at time of designation. There were 12 of them. 7 of the 12 had existing homes. 4 have been demolished. 3 remain. If you look at the top of the chart, those are 3 remaining contributing structures. Following from that, the state pursued demolition pursuant to unsafe structure orders for those 2. Then you have another state-owned home receiving total demolition order in 2007, and then privately owned home in 2018, which is non-contributing. So now you're left with 3 contributing structures, which on the right-hand side of this slide are in darker blue. Next slide. Our home was built in 1936, designed by Shopel and Southwell. Note photographs from the mid-90s are on the right-hand side of this slide. Next slide. These are context photos of the home, looking at it. First one on the left is on the northeast. This is looking due east, and then this is looking from the beach walk westward. I was biking on the beach walk on a manual bike this weekend, and it's amazing how the vegetation has grown up so much so from the beach walk you can't see these homes whatsoever as you're walking on the beach walk, only for a short stretch in Altos Del Mar. North and south of it, you have a lot of view looking westward, but not within these homes. Next slide. Now I'm going to invite up our structural engineer to share with you his findings with regard to this home.
Good morning, everyone, member of the board, staff member. My name is Ali Oscar Ganem from Ganem Consulting Engineering. I was the professional engineer in charge of the inspection and report for the reference address. Our goal in this inspection was to establish the minimum requirements and provide a reasonable level of safety, health, and general welfare throughout the structural system of the house. Keeping this in mind, we checked all the property and compared all the existing conditions versus the main code regulation that we have for inspections and report, which is the Department of Environmental Protection, the Florida Building Code, and the ACE Code. For the Department of Environmental Protection, we found that, as we mentioned before, the minimum elevation that the house has to be, it has to be above the wave crest elevations, which is in this case 18.2 NGVD. Also, for the Florida Building Code, 3 main keys has to be established. The first one, the house must be elevated and supported by columns and isolated foundations. Also, the house, whatever is below the wave crest elevation, has to be supported by columns, but also by breakaway walls, as was mentioned before. And the finished floor and the mechanical and electrical equipment must be elevated 1 foot above the base flood elevation, which is in this case is 8 NGVD. And finally, by the ACE code, they established the minimum standard in the 2018. Comparing this with the actual condition of the house, we found that the house is on the 13 NGVD, which is 5 feet less than the minimum elevation established by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Also, we found the existing concrete block foundations and the walls on the house was evenly distributed along the weight into the ground, and there is no any kind of independent support. Also, the house does not have any breakaway walls before of it. And the finished floor elevation is 13. However, the mechanical and electrical equipment is below such elevation. And finally, for the ACE, we found that the house and the roof was approximately 20 years old and does not meet the newest design standard for the high velocity hurricane zones. Next, please. Okay. As we mentioned before, in order to comply with the FDEP and the Florida Building Code, the house should be elevated above the wave crest elevation and frame it below such elevation using breakaway walls and concrete columns. But this can happen because the original structural design of the house contemplates the use of non-reinforced masonry walls, evenly distributing the loads coming from the roof and the second floor to the continuous footing system. Also, because of the existing masonry wall is not reinforced, if we try to convert such elements to concrete columns, the remaining masonry element won't be capable to admit the existing load and the lateral loads coming from the wind or probably from the wave crest. Next, please. In a field inspection, we noticed that we found several areas along the concrete element with a high level of corrosion. We've created at the end an spallic concrete effect, as you see on the picture. This condition, in other words, is a rupture beyond that acceptable of the concrete fiber. It's important to annotate that once of the concrete cracks, the integrity and design capacity of the structural elements are not guaranteed. This condition is not only happening on the beams, but you can notice that something is happening on the crawl space. This condition, in some cases, if it's minor, could be solved using industry standard methods for concrete restoration. By checking the extension of the corrosion along the house, we recommend not to repair but redo the entire concrete elements. Next, please. The concrete testing. For this house, we use a non-destructive test. The test that we use is the hammer test. This is a method allowed by the American Concrete Society Institute to determine the 16 strength of the concrete elements. At the house on reference, we did 31 samples. For each sample, we did 3 impacts in order to determine the concrete strength. Based on the age of the house, we conclude that the minimum strength should be around 3,000 pounds per square inch. But unfortunately, this condition was satisfied only on 5 of the 31 samples. As a result, the house is compromised to receive the future substantial flood, wear, or storm event safely without any danger of collapse. Also, we need to understand that it's not possible to increase the strength of any hardened concrete. Next, please. As a conclusion, raising the home to wave crest will require the following actions: to demolish and rebuild the foundation system for a new load for wave crest, to demolish and change the support system to beam and column framings and reinforced, demolish all framing at the second level and rebuild unnecessary elevation, and demolish and rebuild the roof and reinforce for a new framing. Fifth, a reconfiguration of all plumbing and electrical above the required elevation to prevent water intrusion. As a matter of fact, we need to realize that lifting the house is structurally unfeasible due to the potential disruption to the existing structural system, risking compromising integrity and stability. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Elias. You can sit now. Next slide. So the DEP regulations and the Florida Building Code regulations are really predicated upon the notion of the 100-year storm. But as you all know, the 100-year storm is more becoming the 75-year storm or the 50-year storm as storms become more and more ferocious and more intense. And there's no reason to believe the city of Miami Beach will be spared from these future catastrophic events. In fact, the city has adopted the resiliency code in recognition of the fragility of our coastal city in terms of sea level rise and climate change and these negative consequences. Next slide. You know, it seems that every corner of the world has their own burden to bear when it comes to adverse consequences of climate change. You have flood events in central Vermont, which were highly unusual, Lake Como in the last 2 weeks. You have wildfires in Maui that devastated that island community. You had a monster storm come ashore in Acapulco that catapulted to Category 5 literally within hours and heavily damaged that city. And off our coast, our burden to bear are hurricanes. And with our warming water, while we had a very docile hurricane season, thankfully this past season, that's not a guarantee for future docile seasons. And as our temperature of the waters increase, so does the intensity of our hurricanes. Now they turn over to Christy Brush. She's going to walk you through how this new proposed home is resilient and compliant with DEP regulations and why that is necessary.
Good morning. So we already heard how the existing structure is not compliant with the current coastal construction control line regulations. And I'm just going to run through the proposed design and the key points of its compliance. So elevation is obviously key. We've talked about the DEP's designated 100-year storm event. And DEP does take a different approach than FEMA in terms of how they calculate that 100-year storm elevation. It is done on a Florida-specific basis, and they look at actual past storm events to predict the likelihood of that 1% chance. It's called a 100-year storm. It doesn't mean it happens every 100 years. It means that there's a 1% annual chance of it happening in any given year. But they base it off of past storm events because they can't predict the future any better than any of the others of us. And based on Florida-specific storms, establish that 18.2-foot elevation. The elevation of the home, the lowest habitable floor must be above that elevation. Below the 18-foot elevation, it can only be non-habitable space, something that's sacrificial in a major hurricane event, the 100-year storm again. And below that minimum habitable floor elevation, that space, well, the main structure above the elevation must be supported, as mentioned, on structural columns that are connected to a foundation that's specifically designed to also withstand that storm event. I know in looking at the aerials, it looks like there is a lot of space between the ocean and the location of the homes, but the 100-year storm event is what dictates the location of the coastal construction control line. And the coastal construction control line is on the landward side of the house, right? So the 100-year storm event and the erosion associated with that limit of the coastal construction control line is set based on the predicted landward extent of the erosion of the 100-year storm. So we're not even just talking about waves, which waves are going to have a significant impact on a home that's not designed properly, but also erosive forces from that storm event. So all you're supposed to have under the DEP and Florida Building Code coastal regulations below that 18-foot elevation is columns that are specifically designed in space to not obstruct the flow of water underneath the main living portion of the house. And again, the foundations that are at or below grade. So there's no pressure, there's no diversion of floodwaters. If you have a solid wall that the wave hits when it comes in, it diverts waters onto the adjacent properties. And that's something that's specific in the Florida statutes, is not only is the state regulation intended to protect the beach and dune system and the ecosystem, it's also intended to protect homeowners and neighboring properties from what they call imprudent construction. And unfortunately, in today's standards, the home as it currently exists is considered this imprudent construction that could have the potential for, secondary or, sequential damages and impacts. So the new design will provide the Florida Building Code and FDEP compliant breakaway walls, foundations, as well as the Florida Building Code specific siting of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing equipment so that it's protected from flood damages. And I'm happy to go into answer any questions about the regulations or the program or the history of that. I know there's some questions about differential between the FEMA regulations and the Florida regulations. I actually do a presentation on the coastal construction control line regulations every year, and one of the slides that I use is a comparison of the location of the VE zone, which is the velocity zone with FEMA, and the DEP's coastal construction control line. And based on actual storm events in Florida, it actually shows that a lot of times the erosion goes landward of that V zone all the way back to the coastal construction control line and create significant damage in that zone, waterboard of the coastal construction control line. And I do have a photo that's not in our presentation, but since that question came up, I pulled it up in case anyone's curious to look at that, just in terms of the accuracy of the Florida specific regulations. Well, actually that's a different, I have a more specific V-zone CCCL slide that I just pulled up when the question came up. But this slide shows basically the results of a major storm. This is from Hurricane Dennis in Walton County in 2005. And you can see sort of a flattened structure in the middle. That is a slab-on-grade structure that had walls that were not designed to relieve any of the pressure, not designed to withstand the wave loads. And this is a sort of a typical example of what happens when you have elevated structures with water flowing underneath and some erosion happening underneath the structural foundations versus a non-compliant structure that just basically collapses in on itself. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have the new design to go through, and I just have 1 minute of closing proffers to make to you all, if that's acceptable.
Yes, how are we with time?
1 minute, 26 seconds.
A minute, about a minute and a half left.
Okay, you need a couple more, it sounds like?
Maybe 8 minutes total,
Okay.
so.
I think just for everybody's benefit, but we'll do this,
Sure.
quickly as you can. Thanks.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Okay, so basically what we did for the design, we studied the context in detail. The Altos del Mar neighborhood has a very eclectic mix of architectural styles, from tropical from Mediterranean to minimalist. So we decided to go with a tropical modern style. As you see the streetscape, the houses primarily, as Michael mentioned, they look like they're 3 stories. Which is part of the Altos del Mar regulations and design guidelines. Next slide, please. So it was very important for us to design a home that would try to bring a lot of the styles that are existing in the neighborhood together, and also taking into account that we are in a corner and we are adjacent to the street that actually takes the pedestrians to the ocean. Was very important to create a very interesting, next slide, please. Design for the corner itself that would be something that is, as I mentioned, again, a mix of nice styles, the different styles that are in the neighborhood, but also very appealing and interesting for the pedestrians that are there as well. The Altos del Mar design guidelines basically refer, and this a little bit more towards what Brian was asking. It was, the two-story structure that are actually 12 feet from the property line, and then you have 3-story structures 75 feet behind that. It's very specific. Unit size is also very specific. You cannot go over 4,700 square feet for unit size. So they have a lot of very specific criteria. Next slide, please. So as you can see, and you can see the house being elevated. So most importantly, this house meets all of the Florida Building Code and FDP requirements. As Christine mentioned, the main floor is above those 18 feet required by the FDP. All of that first structure is also breakaway, so that way there's no impact to the neighbors or the dunes or the house itself. It's designed to be very resilient. I know this is something that's very important to the board, resiliency, again, next slide, please. Again, this is just a view of the entrance. There's also guidelines regarding that, the main entrance. Next slide, please. Then this is the view of the back. There's also requirements from the design guidelines towards the back. The first 2 stories can go up to a certain rear setback. Then the third one has to set back an additional 10 feet. So that's why you see that upper portion set back. Next slide, please. This is another view of the house. Next slide, please. So here we are at the side plan, and I don't know if you can see it there in the slide, but actually the CCCL, it's actually all the way west, so the entirety of the house, it's actually eastward toward from the CCCL. So that's something that was important. We are complying with all of the guidelines. We're not requesting for any variances. We're meeting all of the criteria. Then, next slide, please. You can see that there's a separate volume for the bottom for the garage, and then the main house towards a little bit more towards the east. There's a big open area, which is also part of the design guidelines, that remains as I would say, courtyard type of feel that we try to embrace in the style of the home as well, in general, creating the element of the stairs and the use of different materials that really, we feel, tie along the different architectural styles that we see present in the neighborhood. Next slide. This would be the main living floor, and you can see how it connects from the individual structure. Sorry, so the first structure that is actually the one that is only 2 stories to the structure that is closer to the ocean, that it's 3 stories. Next slide, please. And then there's, this is the second living floor, and that's also part of the design guidelines, where that can only be a certain percentage of the total area. So there's quite a few hoops that we have to jump through for the design, but I think it creates a very interesting and appealing design that goes along, and you can see consistency along all of the homes that are designed in the Altos del Mar area. Next slide. This is the roof plan. Again, meets all the code. Next slide. Elevations in more detail. Next slide. Side elevations. And then just a little bit of all the views put together so you can get a full view. That's about it. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Next slide. So as I told you all at the July hearing, we wanted to continue to seek the support of the HOA. We now have that, as you can see the letters signed by the HOA in support of this project. Next slide. At that hearing, Mr. Stewart made a request that we do a more extensive recycling plan, architectural salvage plan, and we did that. As you can see with this figure, 96% of the waste is going to be recycled, so it's a huge benchmark for others to try to follow. Next slide. And then we have our architectural salvage plan. If you look toward the left, exterior, we're going to be saving those items. Interior, we'll be saving those items. Next slide. And so if the board is inclined to approve this application today, we have different proffers we'd like to make, including a historic plaque. It could contain a QR code that describes the district and the home, visible from the public beach access, which is along our south property line. Number 2, careful removal and storage of all listed materials in the architectural salvage plan. Number 3, donation of pavers to the Altos del Mar HOA. They've requested them. And then finally, submit as-built architectural drawings to the Historic American Building Survey Collection as maintained by the Library of Congress. That's all we have, Mr. Chairman. We're happy to answer any questions the board has.
Thank you very much for that thorough presentation. Board members, would you like to put questions forward? I imagine there will be a few, so you want to make notes.
All I can say, I think you've done an excellent job in presenting this project to us. You've left no stones unturned, and I have no real questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question, I guess, about the coastal, the CCCL, and the 8 buildings that are on the CCCL in this neighborhood, or kind of, or whose property extends on it. How many of those would actually, the existing buildings would actually be kind of compliant structures currently? And I guess I'm asking also when the the current guidelines, the 18 feet and NGVD guidelines were established, and how many of the existing buildings along that coastline would meet the guidelines? You may not know it now. It might just be a question of when they were built and how long that was. And I'm also asking, like, if I were to buy this building, would I be able to just move in, knowing full well that all these things kind of happen? Is it possible for somebody to move in and to get a certificate of occupancy where, like, now, just as it is? So those are, and yeah, so those were the kind of the 2 questions that I had, because we were talking a lot about the future building, but the current building yeah. Anyway, I didn't mean to. I'm re-asking it as if I'm waiting for a response, but I forgot that you guys are taking notes. All right.
Thank you so much for the presentation. The structure is beautiful. I wanted to ask, since we have an expert here, and I'm selfish, the CCL, you know, does that get done every so often? Because I would imagine since 1982, when they originally, you know, devised this line based on very secretive scientific methods, that perhaps it has changed due to the resiliency code that the city of Miami Beach has been so really at the forefront of doing in terms of, you know, natural interventions, the dunes, the beach walk there, I'm sure has been expanded and replenished over time. So I was curious about that, again, selfishly. You know, I'm sure this is an extremely rare occurrence of these single-family homes along the oceanfront in Miami Beach in a historic district.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious as well, you know, I do appreciate the salvage plan and the detail that went into the recycling and the proffers. Love a proffer. But, you know, I don't know the economics of lifting the building. I understand, you know, of course, the life safety issues take dominance at all times. But, you know, why couldn't the structure be lifted? You know, again, I understand more or less the structural analysis. It seems to me that, you know, anything can kind of be done structurally. It's just a matter of cost. So I wonder if there was any economic, you know, just a general like price per square foot, just to understand. You know, I'm not an engineer. I am an architect by training, though. So I do know that it likely is possible, probably not financially feasible at this time, given you know, current technologies. I don't know what the geotechnical as well is. I would imagine not great in this location. But I would just like to hear a bit more on the structure, and if you guys did a more in-depth analysis on the economic, I guess, considerations of that. Thank you.
You know, further to Laura's point on the proffers, I am encouraged to see those. I think that's fantastic. I'm a little curious, though, in terms of whether there are other items that perhaps were discussed that could be proffered that didn't make it to this list, because I think that it's always lovely to see people kind of like go above and beyond. So I don't know if there was just anything else that we could maybe be a little more creative on, perhaps in this moment. And then I kind of want to step back a little bit and just understand. I got the answer from city staff about the old structure. I think this is a quite, an elegant design. But I'm struggling with the original home, its original grandeur in some ways, and the attributes that do contribute to the historic nature of Miami Beach in that period. I know it's a very peculiar situation with the Altos del Mar, subdivision and whatnot, but I think it would just be kind of helpful to revisit that topic a little bit and understand exactly why there was such a departure. I understand that staff oftentimes does not guide owners to, that they have a pretty kind of clear vision in terms of mixing the old and the new, but I also think creativity is something that isn't so clear cut. So I do think there are certain historical gestures and pieces that I don't see that made it into this plan, that I'm just curious why they were on the cutting room floor.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably echo some of Brian's comments in that I agree. The proposed building is beautiful, and I'm not saying that it's not in keeping with the neighborhood and not in keeping with the guidelines. But step one, it's a two-step process for me. Step one is the demolition of this home that's existed since 1933. Now, that's not to say that all of the considerations for the coastal construction control line and the raising to the 18.2 in GVD are very important, so I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. But I think to a question that someone else mentioned earlier about whether or not it could be occupied right now. So I showed that it was rented in November of 2022. I don't know if it's still occupied, but at least at that point it was rented. So it appears that someone was living in it at some point, or paying to live in it, I guess, whether they were living there. So that would be the kind of a follow-up question to that. Because that is the thing that I'm struggling with is, if this were an empty lot, if this was the last remaining undeveloped lot, it'd be a totally different conversation. But because we are taking the existing structure, that's my biggest struggle.
Okay, and I'll add just two questions. One is if you could clarify for everybody's benefit the distinction between, in terms of structure, independent support systems when it comes to wall foundations. I think that might answer some of the questions here about the existing house being on spread footings. And also, with regard to the requirement for breakaway walls, we see that this house has a lot of glass at the ground floor. And so maybe you could speak to how it is that such a large area of impact windows can resist the winds and yet be considered breakaway walls.
Okay. How would you like me to go forward, Mr. Chairman, go and start answering the questions?
Whatever works best for you. I know that's a lot to
No, it's
address.
good. I write quickly. So Mr. Stewart was first, and he was, Nick, can you go to the aerial photograph? And Christy, could you come up? That's the aerial photograph that shows all of Altos del Mar. So John, one answer to your question is, like, with regard to existing buildings, there's two categories. The three that are contributing, and then the remainder. And it just seems to me, and Christy can talk with more authority, but it seems to me that the newer ones on the photo that appear to be 3 stories, those would be compliant with DEP regulations. Was that your question?
I wasn't so sure about jumping to that conclusion, because that's why I asked when the current, today's regulation came into effect. When was 18.2 established? NGVD.
The 18.2
feet
I'm
NGVD.
not sure exactly when that was established.
I think it was
that
fairly
exact
recently.
elevation. It's definitely since 2002.
Oh, yeah.
Was the last revision to the DEP's report. Prior to 2002, I would have to
So you
check
think
and
it
see
couldn't
what
have
the
been more recently than 2002?
No, it was more
Okay.
recently than
Alright.
definitely before 2002. I
Okay.
just don't know exactly when prior
Right.
to 2002, but generally, that elevation really hasn't changed much, if any.
Got it.
The regulations have been very consistent since the early 80s,
Yeah.
so I would be fairly certain that any home built since the early 80s, which is probably all of the new homes,
Right.
are very, very similar in their design, the structure and elevation. If you were
Yeah.
to
I
check,
just-
which we could, they're probably very, very consistent. I
Right.
did permit several of these in the 90s.
Yeah, no, I think it's just that
Or not
the
90s,
coastal
2000s,
control
sorry,
line
the
is
2000s.
kind of, I don't use it, I deal with it very often, so I have no idea, unlike,
The
Freeboard
regulations have
and,
not changed
and other things have
significantly
changed, so.
since they were originally conceived. It was actually a very
Got it.
well-conceived program from the beginning. It's not one of those where they have made a lot of changes over the years. It's been very consistent.
And John, just to further the point, like of the chart that I showed a little bit earlier, and can you get to that chart? The state started pursuing demolition of the homes in 2005. So what Christy was saying, if the 18 feet was established back in 2002 or earlier?
I mean, it was definitely earlier. That was the last
Mhm.
revision.
Yeah, just looking at the waterfront lots, then I would say, based on that, that they are compliant with current DEP regulations. You asked a question whether this is move-in. Yes, I've never claimed it was an unsafe structure.
Okay,
I think there's
that-
been some mythology about that I've
Right.
never said it was an unsafe structure.
No, I didn't say that, but
Right.
but I would just argue, not argue, I would point out that probably most of us in this room live in structures that are not up to current code for one reason or another, and we get our certification.
Including my home on Flamingo Drive. Every time I look up at my ceiling, I see another crack formed, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, God,
Uh-oh.
one more crack in my ceiling. With regard to Laura's question, does the coastal construction control line get moved every few years, or is there any movement to it, or is it static?
So the coastal construction control line gets evaluated about every 10 years. They kind of go, the DEP kind of goes around the state. Relocation of the CCCL only happens if they determine that the current location is not conservative enough. The Miami-Dade County Coastal Construction Control Line has never been reestablished because, fortunately for all of us, Miami-Dade County has a very robust beach renourishment program. So Miami-Dade County hasn't seen the kind of erosion and threats that some of the other areas of the state have. But if there were to be, let's say, the need, the CCCL would be reestablished at that time.
And to your point, Laura, it's good to get all this information out. Like FEMA, the base flood elevation does change. Like on Star Island, for instance, there were so many new homes built, and they brought in fill and they raised the seawall that FEMA granted them a blessing. I said, okay, instead of being 8, you're now going to drop down to 6, because the risk of you being flooded, you make an insurance claim is far less now on Star Island. So FEMA does reevaluate base flood elevation in different neighborhoods throughout the city. Economics of lifting. It's not so much economics, so I'm going to invite my structural engineer up. In fact, you would have to demolish the home in order to lift it. And I just want him to go through that slide again, Nick. It's the next one. Why can't it? Okay, that one. Yeah. Do you have any specific questions you want to ask Aliaska, or do you want him to go through, again, in more of like a layperson terminology?
Layperson,
Okay.
please, thank you.
Go ahead, Aliaska.
Ms. Westing, just trying to think about your question. Okay, you asked me about the cost. I just thinking more about the health. For me, beyond that point on the economics, I think to raise a house is not feasible in the way that the house is actually being designed. What's happening? This house is just based on masonry walls. Those masonry walls in the 30s, it wasn't fully reinforced. If you try to raise and just let some portion of that masonry and say, okay, now you're gonna be the one that's gonna allow the vertical loads, it simply is not capable. Remember, because that house not only has to be independent, but it has to be raised to 18 feet. So now you see a building, any building, or probably a multi-story building that has a clearance of 18 feet, the column has to be minimum, let's say 18 by 18, 18 by 12. And that's definitely just because of the length. And that's something that we cannot do with masonry. That's, I think, is the most important criteria for it. I think that I received another question in regards what is isolated foundation. The isolated foundations is what I said before. The structural system, I think that you have next to it a picture of several houses. No, at the back, at the end. No, before, that one. Isolated foundation is the foundation that we use for the building like the one that is on the left. Because you have a single pole supporting the house, that load that is coming from the column has to be supported by someone. That one is in reality the foundation. But that foundation has to be capable to support only that load and not the other one that is next to it. Every column has to have his own foundation and the same support. I think it's a brief explanation about this. I think there is only also another question. I don't recall.
Was it the breakaway walls?
The breakaway walls. Okay, the breakaway walls is technically has to come up where the wave crest coming. And you say why you have in that case glass. Let me tell you something. Remember that glass allows a wind pressure, and they have a factor of the maximum pressure that windows allows. But when you have a wave crest that's gonna be elevated 18 feet, the pressure that is gonna be against that windows is gonna create a break on it. Not on the glass itself, but in the connection between the main structural system and the windows. So that's the reason why that when the glass, has been impacted by the wave crest, the glass come out.
Thank you for that. And while you're up there, I think just for folks to understand, when it comes to this isolated foundation system, you're talking about a concrete pad that supports a column, an individual column, which is an entirely different system of construction than walls on spread footings, which is what the majority of buildings in South Florida are built on. And that is maybe the biggest distinction between the existing house and the proposed house in terms of its structure.
Correct.
And furthermore, if you were to lift it, because there's no reinforcement in that wall, you'd have to build a beam at the base of the wall, right? You could do it. You would just have to build a beam into the wall and then lift it.
But remember this, if you already lifted, what's gonna be the elevation that you need to lift? It's gonna be 18.2. Where are you at in that moment in the existing house? You're gonna be probably on the second floor. So at the end, what's gonna be the architectural impact that you're gonna have in there? A total impact.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Aliascar.
No problem.
Next was Brian. Brian alluded to other items being proffered. We are open to all suggestions. That was not a finite list, but a starting list in terms of our voluntary proffers. We're happy to hear from you. You and Lindsay both had some concerns that not enough design elements from the existing home were incorporated into the new design. I'd like to invite our architect up, Stephanie, to address these concerns.
All right, so we studied the existing home in detail, and the way that the home was designed, and you can see that there are many different, I would say, volumes and elements that are connected to each other in an area that it's, I would say, it spreads out in the lot, right?
Can we see a picture? Can you show the images?
Yeah, if you can go to the slide that says current pictures. Yeah, above. There, that one. So you can see it to the one to the left. Yeah, so you can see that there are volumes that are connected and that, create the main structure of the house. And, you know, when we try to reference them, because to imitate them would be extremely hard, and I would actually feel that it's sort of like not respectful to the existing structure, just grabbing an element and just putting it there, because it really doesn't make sense as an individual element, but it makes sense as a whole. So basically, conceptually, what we said, and that's why, and you actually touched on it, was that we said, okay, there's a beautiful element that was created for the stair structure. Let's do a beautiful element for the stair structure as well. And that you can see it, and again, it's not as the tower itself, but it's a reinterpretation. So, and we spoke, speaking with our expert, the preservation expert, sorry, it's something that we always discuss and say, is it better to imitate or to reference? And we always try to reference and create basically an interpretation of what was there. So if you go to the next slide. Okay, so that glass element with the louvers around it was our interpretation of saying, okay, this home had a beautiful element for the stairs. Let's try to reinterpret it in a way that actually right now has a dialogue with the existing designs of the neighborhood. Because as I mentioned, it's a very eclectic mix of architectural styles that you have there in Altos del Mar. So we basically, what we try to do was reinterpret. There's also something that with the new design guidelines, once you start incorporating all the design guidelines into the new design, you see that it's hard to recreate a design that it's similar to the existing one, because the connection between the different elements, they just wouldn't be allowed. I mean, it's like there's some height restrictions on one side, another height restrictions on the other side. So it would really be creating an imitation, a poor imitation. Same thing, I think, goes along with raising the house. I know that it's not even structural possible, but let's say you would do it. The result would be a house that has completely different proportions to the house that was designed by the architect. I think the architect would really be upset. Imagine the same house and just adding 8 feet to it. It messes up the whole proportions of the design, which is also a very, very poor interpretation of let's just lift it. Because, I know it's not structural possible, but also from architectural point of view, it's not ideal. It really completely destroys the proportions of the house that was designed originally in.
Going back to just to follow up, if I may, going back to the stairwell, so it isn't quite evident to me from this photo that from this drawing that we're looking at, that there's kind of a conceptual reference point to that. So I'm actually having a harder time kind of understanding that. Were there any other designs or discussions that took place about trying to maintain the integrity
course,
there? And were there other ideas? I'm just curious, what were those ideas?
So we spoke with Debbie a lot about it, and a lot of elements that were analyzed. For example, if you see the roof line of the house, the existing house, it really is not something that would meet the Altos del Mar design guidelines with the different peaks that would go along. It doesn't go along with the height restrictions. So we analyzed that. We analyzed the different volumes that are there. Also for the, let me see, over there. If you can bring back that picture, sorry, on that slide. They're really a huge play in elevations, and the Altos del Mar design guidelines have the first structure that it's from 12 feet, that there's a height limitation there, and there's this other structure that has another limitation there. So playing with all those different heights was not something that we felt that would really benefit the project at all. What else did we study? There was this tower for like the chimney that is there, and there are some elements that are just not practical anymore as well, like incorporating an element just for bringing it in. So from our architectural perspective, design perspective, it's almost like disrespectful to try to start sticking in pieces that would resemble something, because as an architect, when you see your design like really ripped apart, and then suddenly an aspect, it's like, it's not really respectful to the project itself. It's like, and it goes along, and that's why I was referring back to just lifting the house. It's because the architect that designed this home he had very, very specific ideas and proportions on how to place the whole house, not just portions of it, not just, okay, let's just stick a tower in here and then just put another roof line in here. It's the whole, it's the whole design. So just grabbing elements that would reference not only would be, I think, detrimental to the whole neighborhood, because it wouldn't really go along with the rest of the house and the design guidelines that, the intention of them. Because if you see the existing homes that are there, the ones that are built, they really go along. Of course, they are designed based on the design guidelines. So you have that two-story structure. So you see the streetscape, and it's very coherent, and it's very. So just to start to grab elements from the original design, just to put it there to reference them, we thought it would be a much nicer and beautiful tribute, just to have like a beautiful plaque, to have them be able to scan it, to see what was originally there, that just grab pieces of it and just put it in there. We did do it conceptually, and I know that you see that you don't see it, but it was the whole idea.
No, it might just be from this rendering too. I mean, obviously.
Let me see
I don't have a
if I
render
can.
on.
Let me see if there's a better one that I can
Yeah.
refer to. Hold on. Okay, if you go to the one, let me see this one. Yeah. If you close this up a little bit.
And then you just said something that I'm kind of was this a phrase that I thought was really interesting. You said the proportionality that he accomplished, or was quite impressive. So I ask yourself to judge that proportionality here with this plan.
It's a completely
in
different.
your mind.
It's
I understand that it's a contemporary.
No, but not because of the style, because of the proportions themselves. I mean, this house, the house that's there, it's 2 stories, it's much lower, it's a completely different proportions. So it's like comparing, a Mediterranean home with a, 5-story building. It's like really hard to compare. In this case, and even if when you see the houses from the aerial view that Michael showed, you can see how this house, you can hardly see it. It's like way down there. It's very, very small, not very high. So once you start incorporating the proportions, the new proportions, based on elevating the home to be resilient and to meet all the Florida, the FDP and everything, for the Florida Building Code, the proportions change dramatically. So to try to bring the original proportions into the new project is physically impossible, because you have a home that it's in total less than 20 feet high, it's much lower, and then suddenly you have something that it's much taller, because it has to be designed that way in order to be resilient. So I know that it seems easy. When you're designing a home and suddenly you're working on the facade and you're working on the 3D, and suddenly like 4 inches throws the whole design off, because it really makes a whole difference. You see like a beautiful sleek line of roof line, or you see a thick one. It's a whole different design. So imagine if that's with 4 inches, imagine with a whole additional floor. Once you put that whole additional floor, especially in a lot like this, which is extremely narrow, so remember, you have this 50-foot wide lot, very deep, you have little setbacks, so again, it becomes very vertical. So it's much different proportions, the existing home to the new home that needs to be designed. So it's really hard to compare apples to apples and to be able to say, let's just bring this element in, because it'll look completely different in the new project than in the old project, because everything's different. So when I mentioned that we try to capture that idea, we said, okay, there's something that I think should be very successful in the new project, capturing conceptual elements of the old project. Is we are in a corner lot, we are in a very important location of Altos del Mar. This tower was an important design element in that one. Let's bring something that is an important design element to the new design that can be appreciated from not only from the owners of the house, but from the pedestrian. And that's why I was referring to that glass tower with the aluminum louvers that becomes an eye element that also says, okay, this is an important thing that can be viewed from the street, that can be appreciated from the pedestrians. Because contrary to, I think, the old design, the new design And I think it's a bit more successful in that corner and utilizing that corner element and corner lot. So we said, okay, let's try to explore that in that sense. And it's a very different design and approach, and to mimic something, I think it's not clean, it's not appropriate, not just to mimic it, and because again, it'll look very different. Proportions would be different.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate your testimony. I think I've answered all the questions. Did I not?
Can I ask one other question? Just
Stay,
while you're still here, Stephanie? Sorry. No, I noticed on one of the drawings that there's a spiral staircase that goes up to the rooftop of the building that's closer to the ocean.
Yes.
Is there also going to be a parapet or something that keeps people from falling off that roof?
Yes, of course. There's a.
I haven't seen it on any of the other drawings, but I'm probably just missing it.
So if you see the roof plan.
Yeah, but in a perspective.
Oh, in a perspective.
Yeah.
Let me see if there's actually. Okay, so in the elevation, actually, not because we didn't do a perspective from that angle, but we do. You can definitely see it in the elevation. If you go to A201.
Okay. Okay.
So if you go to A201, okay, the bottom elevation, you can see the spiral staircase that leads you to that area in the roof that
Got
it's completely, that has the handrails.
So it's pushed back. The reason why we
Yes.
don't see it is because it's pushed back from
yeah.
the.
Yeah, it's not in the edge, it's pushed back,
Mhm.
which is something also that was done in order, and that was also discussed with staff to be a little bit more private, not in the whole edge.
And I think there's specific regulations, also Del Mar regulations about height exceptions, and they're just so few and narrow. I don't know that parapet is one of them, but.
We've dealt with it here before,
Right.
in this neighborhood.
Right,
Yeah,
so-
with those height challenges.
Out of curiosity, is this a spec home or is there actually an owner?
So we are actually also the builders of the home, and we are in the process of making the decision if we're actually going to move there. So it's definitely something that we are considering. So we love the area, we love Altos del Mar, which we think that but our kids still go to school in the more north. So by the time, hopefully this is completed during college, so we might be able to move.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. And that's it, Mr. Chairman. We will sit down now.
Thank you for all of that. At this point, we'll open up to public comment, and perhaps we should first see if there are any disclosures to be made. No? Okay, Debbie, then we'll go ahead with public comment.
Public comment. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. Mr. Chair, we have a couple on Zoom. The first speaker is Ashley Moline.
I, Ashley, do swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, speaking of stones left unturned, I hope you'll hear me out. I maybe only need like 5 or 7 minutes. I'm going to try to speak fast and respect everyone's time. I was not all that prepared to speak, but it's important to me and my family to speak up while we still can, because over the past 10 years, especially before Zoom meetings, we didn't get much of a chance to chime in about this neighborhood development that we live in. We live directly across the street west of this property at the 7801 Atlantic Way. I've lived here since I was born with my mom and my sisters. My grandparents have owned a property a few houses down from us on the ocean side since the 50s, where my mom and all of her siblings grew up. We don't even hear or see our house being mentioned in this presentation. But anyway, we want to know and understand the timeline of the project. We didn't see any start or finish dates. How long will the construction take? We are concerned about our right of way, because as it is, 78th Street and Atlantic Way are always congested and full of construction maintenance vehicles parked in front of our house where they're not supposed to be, even despite there being no parking signs. We sometimes even have to ask them to move so we can pull in and out of our property. Second of all, the beach access on 78th Street. I can't even see the 78th Street beach path in their presentation or renderings. It's kind of hidden. I don't know if you guys have been there before. There's lots of sea grape trees. Will there be continued public access to the beach throughout 78th Street during this time frame? There's also a public sidewalk and swaleway that runs east to west down 78th Street. It's in front of our house, as well as, south of 7801 Atlantic. I don't see that in the renderings either. We're not sure how long this construction will be going on. We're concerned about being able to access our home and the beach. We're worried that we'll be blocked by construction. We can see the ocean from our top porch as it is right now, and we're worried that our view will be blocked once this house is constructed. We've never met the owners. The house is in an LLC name. Their architect appeared to send us a certified letter in the mail that was kind of vague. We've dealt with a lot in this neighborhood. This is the last thing. Developers, owners, investors, the workers, in and out, have been rather inconsiderate of my family over the past 10 years, sometimes even disrespectful to the point we feel very uncomfortable. I was in high school at the time all of this development started. I'm 33 years old right now. I was a teenager then. My grandfather, who was an attorney that was more involved with this type of stuff, had advanced stages of Alzheimer's at that time. There's lots of great things I can say about him that, I don't have the time. And lastly, we've been disturbed by all of the noise and worker crews, blocked access to our homes on occasion, had interruptions of water and electricity. It's like painful, and embarrassing, for me and some of my family members to speak about. And they talk about, I don't know, maybe I should just stop there.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. We
I'll
have
have more.
Oh, I thought you were finished.
And Ashley, the chair agreed to extend your time to 5 minutes. You still have a minute and a half remaining.
Okay, like when you guys were talking about raising the house or not being able to, back in the 90s, my mom actually helped move a house that it was located where the, it's the Coral House on Normandy Drive, 1701, the Miami Beach Hispanic Community Center. That it used to be on 76 in Collins where the Ocean Blue condo was. There's actually a really cool article in the Miami Herald of my mom with my sister on her shoulders. Like, they called it like the rock and roll house or something because the whole community got together as they rolled this cool coral house. It's built from coral stone. And it's, it was across from where the Altos Del Mar Park is now, that the whole community recently in commission meetings was, fighting to preserve, that I spoke up as well. Me and my mom were part of the committee that got that park approved with our neighbors, who he was an architect, landscape architect. And there's so much I could say. And I just, want to speak up while we can. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Ashley, are you there? No, it's okay.
Yes.
I didn't catch your address.
It's 101 78th Street.
It's 7801 is the...
There's actually two 7801. There's
Oh,
7801
that's what I was
Atlantic
wondering.
Way, and there's 7801 Collins. So we're in between those two.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Our next speaker is Cliff Smallman.
Hi, Cliff. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Cliff Smallman. I'm the president of the Altos Del Mar Homeowners Association. Fortunately, the developer approached us many months ago and shared with us many elements of the project, not just the architectural renderings. We shared a number of the same concerns that Ashley did about the beach path, about disturbances, noise, dirt, cleanup, and all that kind of stuff. And the developer assured us there will be no disturbances during the construction period. And following our lengthy session with him over Zoom, the board got together and we fully support the tear down and reconstruction of 7801 Atlantic Way. That is all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. I see no one else on Zoom wishing to comment. Anyone in the audience?
Yes, hi, good afternoon, or still morning. Mr. Chair, the applicant had over an hour to present. I definitely am not going to ask for equal time, but instead of 3 minutes, I think 5 minutes, if I can have, I think we could get our position
Certainly.
fairly on the record. Thank you. So this is really a difficult project for us to see come to the Historic Preservation Board. As the applicant has specified, there's all sorts of challenges with the property as far as Florida Building Code and coastal construction line, et cetera. However, in over an hour of testimony, it wasn't until Board Member Stewart brought it up that even the question was discussed about, is the home habitable as it is currently? And so thank you so much to the board member for bringing that up. I don't know why it takes so long sometimes at these hearings. We spend an hour saying how unsafe a historic building is and how nothing can be done, and the only option is lifting it 20 feet in the air, when literally you can go there right now, open the door, and live there safely. So I think we've got to be really careful of the way that we characterize these properties, and also we've got to talk more about the incentives. One big incentive that no one seems to have talked about is that you can actually renovate historic buildings without having to lift them. That's a huge advantage. Anybody who, bought a $10 million house will appreciate the fact that they can now renovate it and not have to lift it 10 feet in the air, in spite of what we just heard, about a dozen times. That was the only way forward. So that's not true. Next, it was said that in Miami Beach, we did not know about preservation back when, or sea level rise or the environment back when these rules and districts were made. I point you all to the 1972 Coastal Construction Act. I mean, we got archives out the window of our people and other attorneys, et cetera. We all knew that these were barrier islands, and we thought well, not me, I wasn't born, but I'm saying me as a preservationist, I think there is a desire not to overdevelop, especially in the coastal construction line. Okay, so to now put even more development there, I mean, granted, high-rise was approved last month by the same body east of the construction line, but at some point, I have to say it, I have to put it on the record, because at some point someone upstairs is going to hear, and we're going to tighten these rules. The board member Weinstein mentioned about the height that's required hasn't been adjusted in many years, but since then, the dunes have been replenished. That building is so far from the beach, there's no way that should be compared to that Walton County, those buildings on the ledge of the beach. We've got to just be thoughtful in all this. And part of why I'm so upset is because our very good friend Jack Finglass, who could not be here today, but he's provided me a large folder that I know he shared with all of you before, so I won't go through all the details. But I want to reiterate that historic buildings can be resilient, and we need to change the language coming from our city, from our board members, and we need to talk about how it's actually luxurious to be able to walk up to your home in 1 or 2 steps instead of 35. And we see that too with the retail buildings that 5 years ago we were told these are not resilient, the ones in Alton. Now there's new retail buildings 15 feet in the air that are super resilient for 2120, but no one's renting them out because nobody wants to go inside. So I'm done with my rant, so apologies, but you know, it's I think on the heels, to wrap up, on the heels of the loss of the Alfred Browning Parker home in Coral Gables, we are all very concerned about the language, about the rhetoric that we're hearing in multiple municipalities and legislative halls. That home, by the way, was actually built decades ago specifically to withstand sea level, climate change, et cetera. And once again, with our one-size-fits-all rules, it was said it wasn't resilient, even though you know, it clearly should have been. However, the difference is that was not a historic single-family home designated. This one is. So we expect you, if there's just a few of you with questions about can it be retained? You know, it's a very long lot. Are there other options? You know, I think it's worth that look before we just let this very important corner building hit the bulldozer. And I want to apologize to the neighbors who had to wait here and hear that their properties are not safe, and know that we believe these historic buildings are safe, and thank you all.
Anyone else from the public? Okay. Thank you, Daniel. Then we'll invite the applicant back for a rebuttal without reopening the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just go speaker by speaker with regard to Ashley Moline, the daughter of Bonita Bona. We appreciate her comments. She asked about the timeline of the project. You can anticipate, depending upon the busyness of engineers, that the plans will take 6 months to a year to prepare. You can anticipate once filed, it'll take about a year to process. You can anticipate a year and a half of construction. I think those are reasonable timelines taken all together. Beach access will never be blocked. The city would go crazy, the idea that we would block beach access, so beach access will never be blocked. And they did reach out, or they appeared at a hearing and expressed their concerns at an earlier hearing. And based upon that, Stephanie Helfin did reach out and actually met face-to-face with Bonita on July 7th. On phone, sorry. Talked to her on the phone on July 7th. We appreciate the support of Cliff. He's the president of the HOA, so it's nice to have support of the neighborhood association. With regard to what Daniel has mentioned, I mean, I think you have to look toward the future. You can't ignore the reality of what's coming our way. This home is not resilient. It cannot withstand an intense hurricane strike. And the insurance market has easily recognized this. I haven't said this so far, but you know, in spite of their best efforts, they have not been able to obtain insurance for this property because it is not compliant with current regulations, which is not a sustainable practice for a homeowner. The coastal construction control line location is landward of this home. Christy went through a thorough explanation of why DEP has placed it there, and I don't think it's unrealistic to know that a hurricane will do damage up to that point along Altos del Mar. And again, based upon the testimony from our expert witness, our engineer, the home cannot be raised to 18-foot NGVD without really demolishing each part of the home as you raise it. I'd like to invite Steve Abdikoff up, Mr. Chairman, for the remaining 3 minutes and give you some parting testimony.
I thought we concluded the presentation.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're going to move ahead to board member comment. Would someone like to start? Yeah. let's do it.
The light's not on. Okay. So the neighbor mentioned that she didn't see what it would look like along the beach access, along the southern property line. And I'm looking at it too. With one of these diagrams on the front or any of the elevations, the southern elevation, is there?
Yeah. Go to it.
Yeah, which, because when I looked at the 200s, I didn't see the,
No, sure. Actually, there's a rendering, which is the one that I was referring to, which is that's the southern elevation, which is in slide, let me see. Don't worry. Yeah, they're heavy. Okay, so that's, that's the southern elevation, and remember, we're not touching the street access, we're not touching, we're only working what's inside of our property line. The path, everything there remains, we're opposite to what I think they feel like we feel that we're enhancing that view from the path, and you can see the person there, like walking, the person that's there, towards the beach. So
Oh.
that,
I thought that was along the, because there's a street number on there. And there's also is apparently a
that's just
street
that's
number
just-
on the west side as well.
That's just the number of the house. It's not the street number, it's the number of
Well,
the
the
house.
street number of the house.
Right, the address.
The address, yeah, correct. But that's the southern elevation. And there's also an elevation there, A201 shows that southern elevation as well.
We're very aware of the street end. There was significant litigation from the city in order to undo efforts to privatize the street end from an adjacent owner, not our owner, but on the south side. So we're very much aware of it, and we'll always keep it open and accessible to the public.
So there's going to be no impact on beach access?
No, sir.
Or the path?
Just on that point, can you describe whether there's a wall along the property? I know that's kind of come and gone, and what that will look like as you get past your house towards the beach.
There's a wall that continues towards the beach as well. So if you see in the elevation, let me see here. So actually there in that elevation, it's actually behind the plants. You can see that behind the.
When you get to your backyard, what does it look like back there?
It's still a wall that's confined with. Let me see the elevation. Yeah, it's okay. This one. So if you see there in A201, the wall continues all the way, and it continues actually towards the backyard. It doesn't show there, and it shows on the site plan actually.
It's just high enough to convey a sense of privacy, but it's not overwhelming and
Is
domineering.
it planted on both sides? I think currently it's planted on the beach walk side.
Right. It'll be planted on our side as well.
And on your side as well.
Yeah.
And we'd be happy to provide also an improvement to that entrance to the street if that's something that the board would want to see, because for us it's also important.
We're in board member comment. That's okay. Yeah, it's natural. Some more questions might come out during your comment, but Ray, you'd want to continue?
Well, I think we all realize that the property's livable. But the only thing I think a homeowner could do with that property right now is more lipstick. Anytime they want to do anything major, they're going to have to meet the current guidelines. So you either live with that property the way it is, and which there's probably people that would do that, but as soon as you want to turn around and make some major improvements beyond what 50% or whatever, then you have to meet all the current guidelines, which means raising the home and all of that. So I'm just stating, yes, it's livable.
Yeah, and if I could just clarify, because we have two types of regulations here. So what Daniel had said and is accurate is that there's that 50% rule, but notwithstanding that even, for the finished floor level, according to the FEMA base flood requirements, historic or contributing buildings are eligible for a waiver. This particular home has a finished floor level that exceeds the FEMA required for an AE zone. I think a portion of this property is even in the X flood zone, which would not have a minimum. But that, in other neighborhoods, we see this all the time, that could be waived by the Florida Building Code for historically designated homes, even if they did exceed the 50%. But what the issue is here is the coastal construction control regulations, which have that wave crest height. From my experience, that is not waivable. I'm not an expert in the DEP guidelines or requirements, because this will require a DEP permit. That permit is reviewed by the state, not by the city of Miami Beach. But I have not seen a waiver from the DEP requirements, at least in my experience.
I hate to go down this rabbit hole, but I guess I'm gonna. I mean, but what triggers the need for a DEP permit? Is it anything, or is it construction over the 50% or over a certain threshold?
The vast majority of all construction that is east of the CCCL will require a DEP permit. I think there's things like minor repairs that do not. I don't, yeah, but even some lipstick, I think, requires all the, I don't know what the specific threshold is. Christy could probably answer that better than I could.
And just to give Lindsay some pointers, like if it was a pool, a new pool back there, then you would have to have amber lighting to encourage the sea turtles to continue to nest. If you had bright strobe-like lighting, then that would be violative of the DEP regulations regarding outdoor lighting.
Right, that I understand. It was,
Right.
I mean, I just don't have too much of a back and forth before the chair kicks me out of here.
Sure, I'll stop. Sorry.
But my question is, what level of construction triggers DEP review? That's what I'm trying to find out, and I don't know. And I don't love for us to sit up here and speculate. So I feel like I'm getting out of order right now as far as, I don't even know what step we're on. Comment, I think, is where we are. But that's kind of the struggle that I have. And it comes wholly back to what I said earlier, is that my biggest struggle, and if I'm speaking out of turn, I'm sorry, my biggest struggle is that.
Your turn to comment.
Thank you, but thanks. That my biggest struggle is it's a two-step process, right? We're talking about demolishing this building that is otherwise livable, and to be fair, it's not that it's sitting, it's not that it's sitting below 18.2 in GVD, and also sitting below base flood elevation that we're used to dealing with, right? But we're talking a difference of like 5 feet here, as far as the elevation, right? That's a lot. And it's a big difference in the terms of resiliency. But it's not that we're trying to raise it from 0 to 18 is kind of where I'm going. So I'm struggling a little bit with that. I am sensitive to the neighbors' concerns, although they're somewhat tangential to any sort of construction that's going on, whether you're building this brand new building or whether you're just renovating the house. So that said, I didn't have a chance to go back and look, but I'm almost certain that one of our big comments last time was to have active and in-depth conversations with them. And perhaps that was attempted and it was unsuccessful. I know you said that you made a phone call, but when we see neighbors who can get together and kind of have a discussion, it would, I don't know that it's going to ease every concern that I have, but it certainly would eliminate one point of concern that still seems to exist. And perhaps it's because they're more geared towards preservation as opposed to the new development. And again, I go back to, this involves demolition of one of the 3 remaining contributing structures in this neighborhood. And I'm very sensitive to that. If this were a vacant lot, we'd be having a different discussion. All that said, what's the alternative? And I'm playing this out in my mind while we're sitting up here. Is the alternative that we wait for that, 1 in 100 chance that there's a storm this year, which I'm forgetting her name. Christy said, it's not a 1 in 100 years, it's a 1% chance on any given year. That means we could not have one for 400 years, right? It's because it's a 1% chance. We could also have 4 in 1 year. 1% chance and it just exceeds that. And then what type of impact does that have with respect? Forget about the house. What impact does that have on our environment? Should that 1 in 100 storm, one chance in 100 storm come and take this building out over our dunes, right? So these are the things that I'm struggling with, and I don't know that I have an answer. I feel like I'm missing information. Those are things that I want to hear about, things that quite frankly, at least, well, my tenure on the board has been short, but things that haven't come before us because this is such a unique space and environment, right? The single-family home, beachfront, and, you know, we're not just, although properties have come before this board in the past in this neighborhood, most of them were development of raw, undeveloped land, otherwise undeveloped land that needed a home built within the characteristics of the neighborhood as defined by the historic district designation. Here, we're looking at the demolition in conjunction with the new build while keeping in consideration all of the environmental sensitivities we have in this area. Those are all really just comments and concerns that I have. If you ask me to vote right this second, I'm not sure how I would vote. But that's where I am.
Is it truly uninsurable?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That was my, thank you. Follow up
Yes.
that, sorry, thank you. It's in my notes. I just got off on my tangent. I wanted to know, when you say you can't get insurance, you cannot get insurance at all, or you can get wind but not flood?
We cannot get insurance at all.
So Citizens will not insure you?
Nope.
Thank you, Lindsay. Would someone else like to comment? Brian, I see you inching closer to the mic.
And just on the insurance comments, so in what assessment do you have that this plan will allow for insurability as well?
Oh, it will completely allow it just because it's compliant with every single regulation from the Florida Building Code, FDP, it complies with everything. It's completely 100% insurable.
And just to follow up to that, will they not, because you said Citizens is, to use the colloquial term, insurer of last resort in Florida. I don't know if it's a technical term, but it's certainly one that we use in the vernacular. It's not insurable as is because XYZ needs to be remedied, not talking raising it above NGVD of 18.2. But I'm saying, as it stands, is it because it's not passing a 4-point inspection? Is it because it's, which includes the wind mitigation aspects, et cetera? Those are the questions that I have, because to come to me and tell me that's uninsurable, that certainly changes the evaluation, but as someone who's going through this right now and dealing with people that are going through it, I want to understand what's standing in the way.
My husband can explain it better.
Can we ask them to answer that, Mr. Chair? Sorry.
Please do.
Sorry.
What's your name and address?
My name is Ricardo Halfin. I'm the husband. I'm also a builder, a general contractor. I was the one in charge of going to our broker and try to get insurance for this property, and he, at the end, he couldn't. He listed me, everyone, not even Citizens that you asked would insure us, and it's because of the everything we've mentioned today. I'm no expert in insurance, but I even asked him to write me a letter, and he went all in all, and I don't want to bore you with all the specifics, but he went to AIG, CHOP, Pure, Velocity, Ventus, Volt, Frontline, Citizens, Progressive, Lloyd's of London. He went everywhere, and we couldn't get insurance for the building.
It's not small things that can be remedied, because I think that's part of your question. It's not that you can just go and patch things up. It's the whole vulnerability, of the structure itself, that it's really vulnerable all the way around. It doesn't meet any sort of reason code, and the insurances know about this. We have to provide the evidence of the house, the plans, the whole thing, and they know that it doesn't meet any sort of the new requirements that are, and unfortunately insurances operate like that. They don't care if it's historic or not.
So Michael, I'd like to see the denial put into evidence if we've got it, and if not, if you could provide it. I'd like to see that.
Sure, we can email the letter that the broker drafted. I just thought it was a very long letter. He has it right here. but I just didn't want to test the
But
collective
but
patience.
I think the additional color could be helpful if we're able to.
It would be.
If we're able to actually parse it.
As
You
someone,
wanna- you wanna
As
listen to it?
Professionals that look at.
You want to listen to it as he can read it, or I can read it, or?
I don't mind.
can we just, can you just forward it
Sure.
to the board, Michael?
Happy to
Thank
do
you.
that. Yes, we'll do that. No problem.
And if I could just weigh in, I think it's obviously fair for the board to ask that question, and if the applicant has the information, they want to provide it. I don't know that it speaks directly to your review criteria, but if you want to read the email, and if it's important to the board, that's you know, entirely appropriate.
You can read it and then email it, of course, so you can have it as a part of the evidence.
It's up to the board, whatever you all want.
I would like to see the reasons why it's on, because the questions are, is it unsafe? No, it's not unsafe. Is it resilient? No, it's not resilient. The
Let's go-
proposal is resilient, but if it's
I
not
think the board would like
insurable
to
as to
see it.
why, would there be, you know, things to shore up the building that would make it insurable? Because that's one of the things that apparently matters to
I
members of
think
the
this
board.
is, thank you for that. I think this is a learning opportunity for us because we're dealing with these new issues, right, at the water's edge. And so it would be a learning opportunity for the board to be able to read through and understand the language and the criteria that are applied. Is that fair to say?
Okay.
Well, it's fair to say that whether it's insurable or not is important to several members of this board, because my point to begin with is that the first goal of the Altos Del Mar design guidelines of 2000 is preservation and rehabilitation, which contribute to the character of the historic districts. Now, I understand that one of the historic goals, which Ray picked up on, that Debbie was explaining to us, is pretty much the character of the neighborhood, not necessarily the architectural style. I don't think there are architectural tours that go into that neighborhood, but still it is an architectural preservation district, and that's the first goal, is preservation and rehabilitation. So we want to know, can this structure be preserved or rehabilitated? We have some speculation about lifting it. Somebody mentioned moving it, but we don't know where it could move to. That's just an idea at this point. But if it can't be insured, it cannot be insured, well, that sort of colors the discussion of whether or not it is safe. It's certainly not resilient if you can't repair it with insurance, if you have to be totally self-insured.
So, Mr. Chairman, we can read the letter. It's about 4 paragraphs.
And Michael, if you could also forward it to us so
Happy
we
to
can make
do
it a
that.
part of the record.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Can we run the circuit of board member comment, or do you guys want to hear it first and then continue commenting? You want to hear it first? Okay. All right, we're doing this then, I guess.
All right.
We're doing it.
This is Mr. Halfin.
Dear Ricardo, I have been in the insurance business for over 40 years. I have been an approved commercial insurance instructor to both the Florida Bar and the AICPA. I focused the first 20 years in New York City and the last 20 years in Florida. Both are markets famous for being challenging and fiercely competitive. In all that experience, theoretical and practical, I've never seen nor heard of markets in chaos as is the present insurance situation in South Florida. If you pay for homeowners insurance, then the increased premiums for more restrictive coverage is not news. The headline is no less than the Wall Street Journal only 1 month ago read, Florida insurance market is in free fall. Could this be DeSantis' Achilles heel? The relevant point to mention here is that all this bad news, dramatic price increases, higher deductibles, more restricted coverage forms, are all happening to homeowners all over Florida and the nation. Homeowners, not just those on the beach, not just those in hurricane-prone areas, not those just in a flood zone, not just those over 25 years old, not just those which are not up to the most recent updates in the Florida Building Code, and most importantly, deemed unlikely to be able to withstand a hurricane with structural deficiencies discovered in the walls and roof, intend to strengthen hurricane protection. All of these general and particular factors have made this home uninsurable for windstorm coverage, even by the market of last resort, which is Citizens. Leading to this fact that the extent there is available coverage for older beachfront homes in flood zones in this market segment is not considering homes under $2 million replacement value, where the premiums are less enticing for them. All of these general and particular factors have made this home uninsurable for windstorm coverage, even by the market of last resort, which is Citizens. In the course of looking for windstorm hurricane coverage, some of the insurance companies we went to are AIG, Chubb, Pure, Velocity, Ventus, Volt, Frontline, Citizens, Progressive, Lloyd's of London, RLI, AmRisk, Tokyo Marine, Berkshire Hathaway, Liberty Mutual, Hartford, Travelers, ACE, Access, Great American Market, CNA, Alliance, Nationwide, Zurich, and there are more. The major underwriting factors which contribute to the current structure's uninsurability for windstorm hurricane coverage are those basic residence underwriting guidelines which would be in force at any insurance company, as they are so fundamental to measuring risk as well as common sense. If a home is deemed unsafe in a storm or flood, it just makes sense, and it is in fact the reality. Such conditions make a risk uninsurable. As it is said, you can't buy fire insurance while your house is burning. Here are some of the biggest reasons for insurers declining to provide a wind quote. 1. As a 90-year-old home, many insurers, regardless of the home's conditions, decline due to the year built. The balance of the deficiencies applies to protection of the property as well as human life and safety. 2. Foundations. Insurance inspections concurred with the engineering report that the current residence foundation is inadequate and predicted to not be able to withstand the new loads and hydrodynamic pressures necessary. 3. Walls. The masonry walls are not reinforced, not subject to current code, and not able to be repaired. The very structure is considered unsafe in a flood or wind event of any magnitude. 5. The roof was deemed unacceptable and likely to fail in the event of a storm, posing both a safety issue as well as a property preservation issue. 6. The load-bearing concrete beams and walls are of such design and condition that they are not adequate to withstand the forces of a hurricane. This came from the engineering's conclusions. As long-time agents of Mr. Halfin, we took his request for insurance at 7801 Atlantic Way very seriously and invested considerable time and effort to obtain an insurance quote. We left no stone unturned. Across the marketplace, there was not an insurance company willing to quote. As the insurance market has continued to deteriorate since that time, it is a safe assumption that any homeowner looking to buy and insure 7801 Atlantic Way would find it impossible to fully insure for windstorm at its present condition with anything resembling prudent traditional coverages. Sincerely, Golden Global Insurance, Noel Epstein.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Board members, shall we continue with the comment? Anyone would like to pick it up? No? Are we, okay, so are we done with board member comment?
If you try to get it through another agent, or if this is just the one agent.
I think that's a hypothetical question. I don't know how they're gonna.
It's a specific question. Did they try to get insurance with another agent? Or
So-
was it one denial and that's it?
We did. They came back with the same situation. We couldn't find insurance.
But you did go through another
But
agent as well, or?
We went to all the insurance companies.
Yeah.
It's not the agent. The agent, it's the middleman.
It's the underwriters, it's the companies.
We went to all the underwriters.
The underwriters, I'm sorry.
We went to all the underwriters.
So to clarify my point, while I appreciate the letter sent, sorry, I know I'm going out of turn. What I was looking for was the denial from Citizens. Like, Citizens actually, I mean, they will provide a denial and say, here are the deficiencies that exist, as opposed to, I mean, I'm an attorney, you're an attorney. I can write a letter telling you what someone said, but to actually see it from what Citizens' perspective is. I'm not saying it's incorrect. I'm just saying that's what I'm looking for, because typically it will be denied for certain reasons. And if you can remedy those reasons, that's what I was seeking. And I understand where Nick's coming from, but since we're looking at demolition, I think I'm gonna jump in and answer where I think you're going.
No, I think, and I'm not an insurance expert, but I think Citizens has a ceiling of the value of a home that they will insure.
That may be the case.
And I don't know what the amount is, but I think that may be the issue here.
Yeah. Again, but that's the information that I'm looking for, as
Yeah.
opposed to, so back to the comment portion of this production, is that the information I was looking for was the specific reasons for denial from citizens. I mean, if you want to go to Lloyd's of London, I'm the child of 3 insurance agents, so I'm somewhat of the opinion that nothing is uninsurable. It's just a matter of how much you want to pay for it. But
Oh, okay. I think it's 700,000. That may be what for a single dwelling.
Okay.
Well, then that's a moot
But that's
point.
reconstruction costs?
No.
But that's, it's the
It's a
cost
s-
of construction, not the value of the home. That those,
Right. Dwellings with a replacement cost, that's right, of 700,000 or more continue to be ineligible for coverage, and this is from the Citizens.
website.
And ours would be more.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
I think so.
yeah.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Any other board member comment? Seeing,
Oh, wait,
John, go
I'll
ahead.
just mention, yeah, because I kind of think we've been down this road before with historic buildings that are contributing, that are in terrible shape, and that we see, with burned out interiors and rotted floors and uninhabitable by anybody. And with this being a habitable structure, and, as a person who self-insures for wind, I completely understand that it's a huge problem, and it has to be dealt with somehow, and it's not going to be solved by this board. But I do think that if this board is looking at this building and its unique place in this neighborhood and this, in the city, it's kind of a reason for pause. I would also like to know more about we were talking about the coastal flood, like exactly what it would take to get the DEP, like what needs to happen in the building, like what can you and can't you do to repair the building and get the DEP approval. I just don't think we know enough, and we're making a choice about I think a very precious part of our cultural heritage, one that this board in particular is, designed to explore and look at. So I think it's fascinating about the insurance, but I don't think that's within the purview of this board, whether something's insurable or not. I think it's a good thing for our elected officials to understand where we stand with this, what citizens face when they're trying to do the right thing. And this evidence is very helpful for that. And so I too am really kind of on the fence about this project, and would probably need more time to be able to approve it.
Okay, if that concludes everybody's comments, then I would add a similar interest in seeing more about the existing structure and an analysis of how a portion of it perhaps could be saved and integrated to the new design. And I understand that there may be a stylistic challenge, but we are charged with, preserving the cultural patrimony of the place, and, this building, that architect, this location, there's so few of them. It's such a delicate place that I think that it merits a little bit more consideration before just discarding it. And I think everybody has, praised the new design and the approach and your, attention to detail, to the site. But I think there might be interest in seeing a little bit more to really understand the limitations of working with this existing building before just accepting that there's no other choice but to demolish an otherwise livable house. My thoughts. Now, concluding board member comment, we'll invite the board to make a motion, and we'll go from there, or a straw poll if necessary.
Should we, I would be open to taking, do you have a comment? I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, look, it's more of the same, but for me, I really don't, I feel very uncomfortable right now, taking a vote on this project. I feel, I was kind of focused in at the beginning of, as I kind of mentioned before, and I know that you're working with city staff, and I understand, and I want to, see that you guys can build something that you want to build here. But I just was I felt that it was a little dismissive, that those notable features that were part of the house could not somehow be incorporated. Again, I go back to creativity in architecture and conceptual, to your point about, the conceptualism of, that design in this particular design, notwithstanding all the comments, related to resiliency, I just sense that the process there wasn't exhausted. That's what my gut tells me, that the process hasn't been exhausted, that it was a little more, perhaps rushed, maybe. And probably for you, it doesn't feel that way. And so I just don't have, can in good conscience right now vote for the staff with respect to the staff recommendations.
Can I? Oh, Lindsay.
If you have a comment,
I have
go
a
ahead.
question. I usually bring staff into this when we have challenges like this, just because you've thought about this a great deal, and you wrote your report with a great deal of thought. And do you have any counsel for us as board members right now?
No, I think that the direction is good, and I think this is a serious matter that should take a lot of conversation and information. This is a very unique situation. We have had, since 2005, 4 other homes approved to be demolished. And even prior to that, there were other historic homes in this neighborhood, not on Atlantic Way, but where the park is today, that were also approved by this board to be demolished. And I think, and we're gonna go back and we're gonna work with the applicant if that is the board's desire, and I think we can come back with you with a more creative, I think that's a very good word to use, maybe more sensitive design. But the new homes that have been designed have not had, and built within the last 15 years, have not had a lot of literal, interpretation. It's much more based on kind of the site plan that has been, in terms of the open spaces in the courtyards, and the way the building is situated with the setbacks, to recall the character of the Altos del Mar. We had one, I think the most recent one, home on the north end. It was actually a post-war home, and there was actually a beautiful decorative kind of breeze block wall. That home was approved for demolition and new construction, but they actually incorporated that wall. That was a little bit of an easier way to honor the previous home, because it was a beautiful site feature that was relatively easy to preserve. I agree with the architect. In this case, it's more of the volume in the massing of the existing home, which doesn't necessarily lend itself to the new guidelines. But I think we're up for the challenge, and I think we can go back and take a second look.
I think one of the things that was exciting to me on this is that they were going to have a QR code that actually talked about the history of the home. I don't think anybody else has done this, when they've come back. And I think that, that is very respectful, even more respectful maybe than trying to save a little feature and stick it in. As the architect has pointed out, sometimes that's almost disrespectful. So I thought the QR code was an excellent suggestion.
Yeah, and among the other proffers that were I thought very good and very proactive, was to document it and file it with HABs. I mean, that takes a substantial amount of work and energy and effort, and you know, whether the building is there or not, you know, it remains in the National Archive, and that is certainly meaningful. We're gonna add something.
Well, I guess that's kind of why I had put to Mr. Larkin whether you can make additional proffers. You know, if there were other things that were on the table that you guys had already discussed. And again, I'm
Right.
figuring because you're a master, strategic, tactician over there. So
Not today.
I
No.
figured that perhaps
Can I say
maybe you
something?
had
No.
some other things up your sleeve, that we could get to more than the QR code. To be honest with you, I think the QR code is a little ridiculous. I mean, people use them now in a very kind of seldom way, but I think most people don't really like to use those kinds of things. I do think some sort of historical, the plaque was a lovely idea, though.
Okay.
Even thinking about, Lindsay, you're always like, got your finger on your, all right, I'll just consider that to be your permanent position for this. I was gonna say, even the way in which, like changing, the way the garage door was focused, the way the property is used now, where certain things are shifted, in the existing volumes, just not as volumes, not like this, because obviously you're dealing with a much larger, higher plate, but the way in which it's experienced from the pedestrian walking through, the only way the public will really see this, and that's why I was asking about the fence, and the way the public kind of understands, it shares the driveway, the current garage kind of enters in, I think, off the public right-of-way area, and you shifted it around to the other side, and I like the way you've opened it up through, but that's kind of a new thing, and I'm wondering if there are other ways to like express this creativity, even in the way the building kind of comes out at the lower levels. In the historic building, in your current building, you kind of push it back. It's kind of a more the central piece is pushed out, and the upper piece is pushed back, and the lower floor is pushed back. I just think that there could be ways in which you focus on like that what someone will experience, and like how what the existing building does that is advantageous to the new building in terms of how you live in it, but also how it kind of speaks to the public, more public domain, which is more important.
Can I answer that?
But my question is, isn't the only way the public sees this is along the beach walk?
No, you see it as soon as you walk in. You see it right there on the left when you walk in
because you're
off
on
of
the corner of
Collins.
78th
Because
Street.
they're on the corner.
Okay.
It's a very prominent lawn, and it currently
But
kind
it
of.
sits way back.
Yes, no, you come up to it, and you come right by the garage entrance, and you go right by the home itself, and then you see it on both ways when you're coming in. It's probably one of the most, well, there's also a building across the street with a very, exposed dining area. You basically know what they're having for lunch if you go at the right time, but anyway.
Got it. Understood.
Would the board be inclined to make a motion?
Well, I believe we want to continue it, so I'll make the motion to continue it. I just want to make sure that we've given them enough guidelines to come back with something that will work.
So,
Yeah, I think it'll take a little bit of time working together. January 9th?
yes.
So the continuance would be to January 9th.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you for your time today. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Is lunch here? We can take a break, yes. I'll check with staff regarding lunch. Lunch is here. So, Mr. Chair, it is just about 12:30 now. Would you like to take a 15-minute break? Okay, so we're going to take a quick recess, and we will be back at 12:45.
Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the November 14th, 2023 meeting. We are going to pick up where we left off, and I'll ask Debbie to introduce the next application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next application is HPB 230583. This is 749 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the installation of an artistic graphic mural. This is the building on the corner of Meridian in Lincoln Road. It is currently contains the Salt and Straw ice cream shop. I have been there twice. And I think it's a very, very much a welcome addition to Lincoln Road. So, you know, when we got this application, it's a very minor request. Again, it's a mural. We actually took a look at the history of the building in depth, and while the Historic Properties Database does list this as a 1924 contributing building, we did find conclusive evidence that that building was actually demolished in 1972 in its entirety, this portion. So, you know, we have listed it as a 1972 building. Over time, it's been altered as well from that construction. But just an interesting point. Again, this is the tenant at the corner commercial space. They are requesting the introduction of a painted mural along portions of Lincoln Road and Meridian Avenue. The mural is a work of art by Nerea Ars and will contain no advertising or signage. The mural is primarily located within the clear story windows. Behind those clear story windows are large mechanical equipment devices. So that's on kind of the upper facade portion. And we do believe that that will help screen some of that mechanical equipment and will be a welcome addition. We did note in our order, in our analysis, that any mural located on the exterior of a property that exceeds 100 square feet does require authorization by the City Commission. So we would be placing this, if it's approved today by the Historic Preservation Board, that on a future commission consent agenda. And I have nothing further. I am here for questions, if you should have any.
Any board questions for Debbie or Jake? No?
Okay, if not, we can turn it over to the applicant.
Sure, thank you. You hear me okay? Yeah. My name's Eric Emery. I'm the Chief Development Officer for Salt and Straw. I appreciate you guys considering this application. I also have Moni with me here. It helps me with my development nationally. And then Nerea, who's the local artist that Deborah had mentioned here, to help support me on any technical requests. You know, as a brand, like the unique experience with our seasonal menu, we like to also involve art where we can and support local artists in the creation of that art. And we think that it's a similar moment of curiosity, you know, with the experience of the flavors and the experience of people enjoying the artistic moment. This building itself, none of this art requires structural changes to the building. We like to celebrate the architecture for what it is, and I think we've done a good job here. And as Deborah explained, you know, part of this artistic application is to help shield on the mezzanine level some of the mechanical components that would naturally show themselves to the promenade in Lincoln Road. So with that, I'll leave it for questions.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for the applicant? Stuart?
Just to confirm, this is the actual artwork that's being proposed. What we're seeing there, it's going to look like that.
Yeah, that's correct. The local artists, I mean, can to a degree, I think, modify maybe some of the shape or of the sizes that are represented here. But this is the intention of the art.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Can you just tell us a little bit about the artist too?
She's here. Yeah, so you're more than welcome to come on up.
Hi, my name is Nerea Arce, and I'm going to be the local artist hopefully painting this mural. I am actually more of a fine art artist. I focus mainly on portraits, but I have a huge admiration and passion for art that enhances cities and that brings young artists into the eyes of other people and other opportunities. So when I got this opportunity to work with such an incredible company and also being a Miami Beach resident, I was on board. I do want to also kind of enhance on what you said. The art is not going to be changed. It's going to be exactly what it is there. We wanted to really follow Salt and Straw's aesthetics. So it'll hopefully look exactly to what you're seeing on there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't see any other board questions. So we'll move on. If you'd like to have a seat, and we'll continue along. We'll open it to the public hearing, and
thank you.
I guess first do any public disclosures. I have to admit, I have not yet been to Salt and Straw, but I will have to go there soon. Anybody else? No. Okay. Okay. So we might be ready
Yes,
for the
I highly
public.
recommend the mint chip. Yeah, really good. Okay. Any members of the public on Zoom, please raise your hand or come forward if you're in the audience.
Hi, good afternoon. Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. I also have not been there yet, but I've ridden by on my bicycle dozens of times, and every time with my children, they always say they want to stop in, but we haven't had the opportunity yet, but hopefully we do soon. We are supportive of this proposal in line with the city staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
Okay, so that concludes the public hearing. Would any of the board members like to comment on this application?
I'd just like to know, like, once it's approved by the city commission, from when you start it to when you finish it, how long that would be?
We expect it to take somewhere between 1 and 2 weeks, start to finish.
Okay, any other board comment? No? Seeing none, could we invite someone to make a motion?
Second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that's approved. Thank you.
The last regular item is HPB 23-0588, 1601 to 1627 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for exterior facade modifications.
Thank you, Jake. The subject site is actually a unified development site that contains an 8-story mixed-use office building, a 1-story commercial building, and an attached 4-level parking garage. We provided some background in your staff analysis regarding the ownership and ground lease. The city owns this particular property. In 1999, we entered into a ground lease with the applicant's predecessors for the development of the office building and the parking garage. The building, I believe, is going to be leased to another tenant, not the current tenant. Another entity is going to be taking over the office building and is looking to make some modifications both to the exterior and is proposing to completely renovate the interior, including the lobby area and all of the upper office level floors. Along the exterior, the applicant is proposing to remove the existing stone, glass, and stucco cladding on the building. They are proposing to replace that with a combination of a champagne-colored metal and stone cladding. Additionally, at the upper levels, the existing decorative metal framing is proposed to be removed. New kind of Juliet-style balconies introduced, planter boxes and awnings are also proposed. Along the ground level, the existing commercial bays and building entrance are proposed to be reconfigured, including the introduction of decorative round awnings. Staff has no objection to this. I think the current building is starting to look somewhat dated. The proposed improvements should reinvigorate this really important corner in along Washington Avenue. I think a significant improvement here is going to be actually to that corner itself. There was a bank tenant there for quite some time that kind of blocked in that corner glazing, and I think reopening that with glazing and having that interaction between the sidewalk and the interior of the building is going to create a significant improvement. Again, this is city-owned property. There is a lease, and there are requirements of the applicant, which if you have any questions, I'm sure they can get into further detail, that the city also approve all of these. The city has signed the application, so we are in support of the proposed improvements. But I'm here for any questions. It's primarily a cosmetic facade improvement program.
Thank you, Debbie. Are there any questions for the staff? Okay, seeing none, then we'll invite the applicant to make their presentation. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board and staff. Nicholas Rodriguez from the law firm Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. As Debbie mentioned, we're here representing NG Washington Ave, 1601 Washington Ave LLC. They're the current master tenants responsible for operation and maintenance of the building and upgrades. But this renovation is really being spearheaded by Robert Rivani and Matthew Massa, who are moving their corporate offices to this building and do intend to take over that master lease here now in the near future. So I'm joined today by Kobe Karp, our architect of record, our landscape architect, George Puig, and our designer, Carlos Rodriguez, as well as Robert and Matthew, and last but not least, my colleague, Michael Larkin. I think we have our digital presentation, and we could call it up. Thank you. So just to orient you to the site, we are at the northeast corner of Washington Ave and 16th Street, and at the corner is the 8-story office building and the attached garage. The scope of work is really outlined in the red dotted line, and then this property is actually also unified with 1627 Washington Avenue, which is a contributing building. And the reason that these sites were unified was to share development rights and to kind of eliminate the property line between the boundaries of the properties. Actually, a portion of the garage is developed on the 1627 Washington Ave property. So that's why this application kind of combines these two properties together. But to be clear, we're not touching the contributing 1627 Washington Ave building. The scope of work is really just what's outlined in red, the facade improvements to the non-contributing office building and the garage. So to provide some historical context, of course, the Fred J. Osius building, as it's known, at 1627 Washington Avenue, was developed in 1950, actually by Mr. Osius's wife, in the front yard of their former single-family home, which is ironic considering the single-family home applications we've seen today. How the city has changed from Washington Avenue being a single-family residential neighborhood to now the epicenter of commercial activity in the city. But as you can see, from 1959 until 1999, what you had there was a surface parking lot. really breaking up the character of the district. And it wasn't until 1999 that the city entered into this ground lease for development of Lincoln Place. But not many people know this building as Lincoln Place because it's kind of an afterthought. You pass by it, you don't really recognize it. As Debbie mentioned, the corner, it's very unwelcoming. There's not a lot of storefront glazing, low quality retail that's been there in the past. And the building is struggling right now with really high rates of vacancy. And it's more known for office tenants leaving than office tenants coming in. So this infusion of capital from Mr. Rivani and Mr. Mazza is really needed to elevate the character of this building and really elevate the character of the historic district as well. So just to be clear, this is the Fred J. Osius building I was mentioning at 1627 Washington Ave. Although it's changed some over the years, a lot of the original elements remain. We're not touching that building. And in fact, we believe that what we're doing with this application is actually improving the compatibility of the building with the existing contributing building on the site, whereas before, perhaps there wasn't a lot of thought put into, how they relate to each other. So we believe that the application is improving that relationship. So just to introduce the Le Royale concept, as the building will be known, the idea is to really elevate this building to an elegant contemporary building that's not trying to mimic the historic style of the district, but become a captivating and more welcoming facade that really kind of contributes in its own right to the district without being a historical building, and elevates the character of Washington Avenue, elevates the character of retail uses and the types of office uses that will be present in the building. And with that, I will turn it over to Kobe Karp, who is going to walk you through the design presentation. Thank you.
This is forward. Yeah, that works. Thank you. My name is Kobe Karp. I'm here with George Puig, the landscape architect, and I'm here also with Carlos Rodriguez, who is the designer on the project with us, and with Robert Rivani and with Matthew Massa, the ownership. Basically, they're looking to make this their offices and their headquarters. And as you can see, the building in its essence, what we're taking is the existing facades of the building, and it's essentially reinventing it with the stone facade, the sandstone facade, the coral stone inspiration, and with the red curves and fabrics that come around it, give it an inspiration that ties it to the historical buildings that we have in the surrounding neighborhood. What is unique is that it really creates an opportunity to open up the building at the street level, as was mentioned, for more activity and also for more pedestrian movement. Also, working with staff, the shade and shadow on the facade that is being created by the green landscaping planters, and with the canopies makes a statement that it really makes it be more contextual. We have here in yellow showing the area that we are working on the building, and that is in essence the direction of the building, to work on the facades of the building as it's seen 360 degrees around. The elevations of the building and the details of the planters and the canopies. And that's really the inspiration of it, the details that we have here. We've met with staff, we've worked with the details, and love to entertain any questions and suggestions. And if you have anything here, I'm here with Carlos and with George. Thank you so much.
That's all we have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Could I ask the board to put forward any questions you may have?
I couldn't really tell whether the awning treatment is burgundy or red. And I also see that 1627 has the same color. Is that where you got your inspiration from?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Can you, were you about to go? Oh, I was just going to ask if you could tell us a little bit more about what those awnings will be like, because they're going to be very important kind of street architecture, I think. Something we don't quite have there.
They are. Carlos, can I bring you up for a second so we can talk about the awnings and the materiality a little bit?
Hello, my name is Carlos Rodriguez. I own Escala Forma Studio. So in considering this building and the design, we wanted to be respectful to the neighborhood, and we wanted to design the building in that We weren't completely reinventing the book. The building has defined architectural identity from the metal cladding that exists currently. In the red concept, we started analyzing the building as not a contributing, but almost an influential aspect of the neighborhood. Because it is in such an important district, we wanted this building to create a dialogue as aspect of the revitalization of Washington Avenue. So the red awnings was our attempt to introduce a feminine approach and regality. Red and gold is seen in a lot of historical districts. We were just creating a marriage in the heritage of this neighborhood. So we visited a lot of different color options, a lot of different combinations, but what stuck was basically the red allowed this romance, which we wanted this to be an approachable identity of the neighborhood, where every corner was seen as a soft introduction versus an aggressive approach.
So is the awning, I'm looking, you don't need to, I'm looking at A5.03, but I'm wondering, is the awning open in the, it's not really clear, like, is it looks like the awning might end in a circular piece at the top, like the ribs go up and they
Yes.
hit a circular piece. Is that piece open, or is it open to the sky, or is it
Which one exactly?
closed off?
It's closed on top.
Yeah.
It's closed on top?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They're all
Yes,
closed.
John.
Thank you.
It creates a shelter for the passway so that it not only becomes a decorative, but it also becomes a part of the neighborhood.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just on the balconies, could you describe maybe, or could you either show a picture
Yeah.
that's
So-
in greater detail, or perhaps describe exactly what the Juliet balconies are?
Okay, so
going to-
the Juliet balconies, the reason for the designation of them, it was.
And also if you could speak to the landscaping too. that would be
Okay,
great.
the landscaper's here, I'll pull him up. So as far as the Juliet balconies, as you see, how we intervened the building, it was very much in that the existing building, the back part, is a very clean design. There's no elaborate, complex features. So we wanted these Juliet balconies to soften the harsh line of all that stucco work. And we wanted this floral condition to kind of fall on the building to create this kind of green dialogue within the space. As you see, it doesn't happen so much on the cladding aspect of it, the metal cladding. It only happens in the corner to embrace that corner facade.
George Puig, Senior Landscape Architect with Kimley Horn and Associates. Regarding the landscaping we are proposing, it's all attached to the building in the form of built-in planters. So the idea is to have two different species, one being a perennial evergreen, the golden creeper, which is a native, and then also with the red blooms is sun's patience. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with impatiens in your homes. This is a new variety that came out that takes full sun. That's what it was bred for. So, and the idea is to continue the red color of the canopies and the blooms themselves.
And is the lowest level of those, like for somebody on the street, they start like at
Yep.
the first, second floor?
Yep, they start there at the second floor and continue all the way up the facade and to the 6th level. So it'll be perceivable from the human scale at the, when you're walking on the sidewalk.
I guess I also, since you're here, I guess irrigation and drainage are
Sure.
important, and maybe you want to talk about how you're going to keep this blooming and looking happy year-round.
That's a great question because we really have put a lot of thought into that. So yeah, each planter is going to be irrigated. And what's fascinating about the system we're proposing is that there's going to be built-in planters themselves. Within those, there's going to be like a sleeve, right, that's removable. And the idea is that since there's some annuals and some perennials, when the replacement happens, you're not doing the replacement right there on the spot, right? Basically, you have a second set of those inserts off-site. You prepare the entire planter, and then you come in, replace, take out the old one, put in the new one, so that you can keep the landscape on the facade fresh on a continuous basis.
Great, thank you.
Sorry.
I also, oh.
Sorry to interject. So ownerships also has a $8,000 a month allowance to continuously keep the floral aspect of this building. This is such a key element to the design. We don't want this concept to collapse and have a green building. The floral is carrying a lot of the design aspect.
Well, back to the flowers, it looks like they're above the corner, so they're gonna be right overhead, right, or around the edge of it, so they're gonna need to be watered, I guess,
Correct.
daily. Won't the water come down to the passerbys underneath, or maybe you'd need to pressure clean the sidewalk more frequently
Yeah.
if it's gonna be constantly wet?
Good point, Stuart. We have the same thing if you want to see it in Monad. We have the green facades. And so we have continuous drip irrigation, as well as we have the drainage from it. So there will not be any contamination on the streets or the public right away.
Well, the monad that you mentioned, is it directly over a walkway, or is it over another landscaped area? Because this is, I'm all in favor of green buildings, but what's below it? If it's pedestrians and when you're saying drip irrigation, that's low flow and that keeps the soil moist. Maybe there's not going to be a lot of overflow, but this is
Correct.
definitely something that requires maintenance.
Correct.
And
And
but how
we-
does it relate to the pedestrians?
So you have a built-in permanent outside shell of the planter that remains, right? That outer piece that's permanent contains a drainage at the bottom, right? So water is not coming out from that one. So when you put the insert in and the water flows out of the insert, it flows into that permanent, box that has drainages in. So there's no water coming down from the edges of it. And then because it's drip irrigation, it's low flow, you don't have a spray head, spraying water into the air. Basically it goes directly into the soil itself.
Okay, I wanted to get to my big question and interest actually is in the stone veneer itself. So much of Miami Beach nowadays is simple painted stucco, and to give this attention to the facade of the building is extraordinary, and comes with a great deal of a great need for detail. How this thing meets the ground, how the stone turns the corner, what are the joints like, what are the joints around the openings, how does it terminate at the top, how does it meet all of the other metal work and balconies and awnings and so forth. I see there's a big stack of drawings here, and I see some reference to stone veneer, but I don't see any stone veneer detailed drawings. And perhaps you can tell us what thickness are you talking about using? Are the joints actually going to be butt joints? Are they going to be revealed? What's the anchoring system? Anything else you could enlighten us with would be great.
Yeah, so those will be all corner, butt joined, full stone. They will be on the details that we have provided. Shop drawings are forthcoming. We've actually already started that process, but it'll be full stone veneer on the facade with butt joint throughout.
I see that there are some images here that suggest a kind of an open joint.
Yes, instead of the grout, we are looking to butt joint it and leave a gap. Yes.
And leave a gap.
Yes, sir.
And what thickness material do you anticipate using?
3/4.
3/4. Great. Very good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, perhaps we can open it to public comment.
Sure.
And I'm sorry, before the public, does anyone have any ex parte disclosures to make? No? Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair, on Zoom, I see Joe Magazine.
Mr. Magazine, do you
Hi
swear
all,
that
thank you.
the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just calling in my personal capacity. First, I'd like to just thank the board members and staff for your time and dedication to our city. I hadn't planned to call in, but quite literally, as this project was being discussed, a news article posted online on the Next Miami, and it highlighted Brickell City Center, the occupancy rate at 97%, with retail sales up 16%. And it was just in such stark contrast with how this project in this area was described in the opening presentation about difficulty attracting tenants, difficulty with office tenants leaving. It truly is time that, you know, we think bold in Miami Beach. The rest of Miami, this region continues to flourish, and we seem to be left behind. I'll leave it to the board to decide whether, you know, this project fits into that category, but truly it is unique to Miami Beach, some of these areas that are just struggling in what should be some of our marquee downtown walkable urban environments. So, you know, I thank the applicant here for making such a bold move with their capital and investment and dedication to our city. So thank you all for your time and attention, and I know you'll think about this carefully and deliberately.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We're supportive of this project in line with the staff recommendations. We also believe that it will revitalize this really important corner on Washington Avenue. We did have some questions about the color scheme, but that was covered, I think, by board questions and answers from the applicant. But while I am here, I do have one question, though. I did review an additional question. I did review the plans, and I didn't see any mention of bicycle parking. And I know that it's an existing building, and it's not required. But there is a nearly 500 space parking garage attached to this building, and it is a Class A building. It is along multimodal Washington Avenue, and a lot of tenants and visitors probably would be interested in perhaps riding a bicycle. So if it's just something that could be considered, I couldn't resist where I am in asking today. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
Okay, I don't know if the applicant would like to respond to any of those comments?
Good afternoon. So yes, I think exploring bicycle parking is something that will happen. One of the things we have to mention is we're very tightly bound by the city's lease. We can't remove any parking spaces from that garage. So to the extent that we can find somewhere else to put some bicycle parking, we'll explore that. But the lease prohibits us from touching one single parking space in that building and removing it. It has a requirement to be available to the public and be available to the uses within the building. So to the extent we're looking at this big garage with all the sorts of space to take spaces away for bicycle parking, it's not quite that simple, but it's definitely something we would be open to looking into.
Thank you for that. Okay, we'll move on to board member comments. Anybody like to start us off? John?
Sure. I think this is going to be a great addition to or modification to that portion of Washington Avenue, and it will be in, I think, an interesting dialogue with the 420 Lincoln Road building across the way, which is also stone clad. There will be it will really change that kind of that area. It's a space really in Washington Avenue before you open up onto Lincoln Road going north. So yeah, I think this is a great move.
Anyone else? Stuart, Ray, Laura, Ryan? No? Okay, we don't see any other board member comments, so I'll just have to say what a great thing it is to see stone coming to Washington Avenue, or more stone coming to Washington Avenue.
Coral Gables.
Well, you know, not just Coral Gables, but you know, I think the using a material like this really speaks to the commitment on behalf of the property owner to the city, or in this case, the developer to the city. We, in our work, often find ourselves restoring stone facades, and the care with which one has to treat the building is important, is ongoing. It takes the life of the building to maintain it, and I think that stone veneer is among the best things you can do to protect the building. So, congratulations for that commitment, and thank you for that commitment. With that, does the board want to put forward a motion?
I'll move to approve as per staff recommendations.
Okay, do we have a motion and a second? Let me call the roll. Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you all very much. Have a good afternoon.
Okay, board members, that concludes our regular applications on the agenda this afternoon. We do have one discussion item. We briefly, I think, mentioned this previously. The city charter is undergoing review, and there is a charter review board that Mr. Kalergis, I believe, is staff to. So I am going to turn it over to him, but basically the review committee has requested the Historic Preservation Board's input on any potential amendments or introductions to the city charter. And with that, I will turn it over to Nick, and we can start the discussion.
Thank you, Debbie, and I'll be as brief as possible since I know we've gotten through our regular agenda. But basically, our city charter requires that the city conduct a review and, if necessary, propose amendments to the charter every 10 years. And the City Commission earlier this year appointed an ad hoc advisory charter review board to do just that. The board has been meeting since April, and as part of its review, the board's reached out to other city boards and committees, like the Historic Preservation Board, to seek input on potential amendments, if necessary, to our charter. So very briefly, the city charter serves as the city's constitution. It establishes the overall structure of our government and the powers and duties of our officers, of the city commission, which is our legislative body, but also of the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and inspector general. With regard to the Historic Preservation Board and to our Historic Preservation Ordinance, the charter was amended in 2012 by the voters to require voter approval prior to the adoption of any ordinance which would reduce the powers or duties of this board, or which would create less stringent historic preservation standards or regulations. That was approved by the voters by a vote of over 60%. And I should take a step back. The charter can only be amended by approval of the city's voters in a citywide referendum. Unfortunately, earlier this year, the Florida legislature, and I think I've briefed this board on a couple of these preemptions, but adopted Senate Bill 718, which outright prohibits an initiative or referendum process on any land development regulation. So that has sharply limited our ability to enforce the referendum requirements in our charter that relate to land development issues. So, the big one is floor area ratio. And the other one is the historic preservation standards and regulations in our historic preservation ordinance. Now, it's my opinion, it's the opinion of my office, that we could still enforce the referendum requirement as to an ordinance that watered down the powers and duties of this board. We think we have an argument that those are not, that we can distinguish those from a land development regulation. But regardless, I say all that to frame the discussion because I've met with Debbie and the city attorney, and we've come up with a couple of things that this board could consider as potential amendments to the charter. So the first would be the Citizens Bill of Rights could be amended to provide that historic preservation is a policy priority of the city, and that the city shall endeavor to adopt policies that promote historic preservation and promote the resiliency of our historic buildings and districts. So that's something you could consider. We have language like that in our Citizens Bill of Rights as to other issues that are policy priorities of the city, such as the environment and the right to clean air and water. Another recommendation that the HPP may want to consider is, and this wouldn't be a charter amendment, this would be an amendment to the code, but adopting a 6/7 voting requirement of the City Commission prior to any regulation that would reduce the historic preservation standards that would create less stringent historic preservation standards or regulations. So right now, as you may know, in order to amend the land development regulations, the voting requirement is 5/7 vote of the City Commission. So if you wanted to make this recommendation, the code could be amended to require 6/7. And that's something that the City Commission is looking at doing now with regard to FAR. So I offer those two possible amendments that the board could consider recommending. If you all have any ideas or anything you'd like to suggest, I'm happy to weigh in.
So just trying to get a little more clarity on the first one. So I understand the actual like real world implications. It's essentially establishing a policy priority in the charter on historic preservation, and so how would that practically kind of manifest itself? Thank you. In decisions that are made at the city. And then the second recommendation, just to restate to make sure I understand, is raising the threshold from 5 out of 7 to 6 out of 7 for anything. It would be anything that is kind of touches the historic preservation sphere.
So I'll answer the second one first. So
Okay.
it would be adopting a 6/7 vote for any amendment to our land development regulations, which is our zoning code, that would reduce the historic preservation standards or regulations in the code. So anything that would make the code less stringent as to historic preservation. If the commission were to adopt a more stringent historic preservation standard, that would continue to be subject to the 5/7 vote. And then to answer your first question, and I'm happy to, iron out language with the board, but effectively it would serve as a guiding principle for the City Commission in any time the commission, looks at amending these regulations to take into account our historic resources and the resiliency of our historic properties and districts. So it's more aspirational than anything, but it would be sort of enshrining this as an important policy priority of the City Commission.
Are there any areas or opportunities for incentives that do not exist now that we think could be developed to encourage redevelopment of historic properties?
So that's a great question. Something that is that Commissioner Fernandez has sponsored a referral to the Land Use Committee on, and I think it's due to be discussed whenever the first Land Use Committee meeting is scheduled under the new commission. That is pending before them. Is specific addition, because there are existing incentives, but looking at what additional incentives the City Commission should adopt. That sort of thing is well within your purview to recommend as our Historic Preservation Board. I would not recommend putting specific zoning incentives in the charter. The charter is intended to, as sort of establish the overall structure of our government and how the city, how the city functions. A specific regulation like that, first of all, not even to mention under the new preemption, we couldn't put it in the charter, but I think a specific regulation like that is something that that would be better effectuated by ordinance.
I was going to recommend something very similar. I was going to ask about incentives, but look through the city's accepted buoyant city kind of study that kind of points to incentives in a number of different capacities, but also kind of points to landscape in historic areas, how we might, if we're not specifically addressing what kinds of plants and trees we expect, how we can kind of ask that it's something that's prioritized, that's a priority. Our city is known to be very green. We just were discussing that a second ago. And likewise, I think maybe the last thing just is to think about what the cities, what we hope our historic districts to, what kinds of communities we hope that they support in the future, just in terms of, equitable community, affordable, things like this that I think are broad enough that they would, be useful in this context, but they're maybe helpful if people are looking at kind of what does the city think about historic preservation in its districts, because they're all, each one of them are communities essentially. And Buoyant City was adopted by the city as a guideline for this, so it might be, and it has a chapter on the landscape. It has a chapter on kind of incentivization strategies. It has a chapter on kind of, public activities in historic districts, things like that.
I'd be happy to look at the Buoyant Cities report with Debbie, and maybe we could come up with specific language to include. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Does anyone else have any thoughts or questions?
Just the last couple legislative sessions, I feel like we've been caught a bit flat-footed, and it makes me wonder what the city's lobbying apparatus looks like, and would want to see to it that the city commission has the ability to evaluate its lobbying capacity as it pertains to potential limits to our board and to threats to our historic building stock and districts. I don't know if it's a question of transparency or of perhaps being more aggressive, more forward-leaning, so that we don't find ourselves pushed to the brink, I think, like we were earlier this year. How to word that, I'm not quite sure.
Sure. So the city has currently contracts with two, and by the way, our lobbyists are selected, it's like any other procurement through a competitive process, and the city has, I believe, two firms on retainer now in Tallahassee. I know that at least one member of our commission has already been holding meetings in Tallahassee on our historic preservation regulations because of what happened earlier this year in the legislature's attempt to preempt to a great extent our historic preservation ordinance. So it's I know that it's a priority of our commission and our administration, and historic preservation specifically is on our list of legislative priorities that the commission adopts. It's hard to, as a legal matter, it's hard for the city to so we can't preempt the legislature from preempting us, right? So I think the best, and I get this question all the time, the best advice I give people is you should engage with your state legislators, and they need to hear from people down here who care about historic preservation. Obviously, the city is represented in Tallahassee, and at least 3 of our elected officials lobbied against what was named, I think, an unsafe building bill, but it would have really been a huge historic preservation preemption. They were involved last session, and I expect there's going to be even greater interest this session. If the board wanted to adopt a motion sort of supporting those efforts, urging the commission and our lobbyists to do everything they can to advocate for our historic districts, which we all know are thriving, economically and otherwise. So I think advocacy is going to be very important this session, because the rumor is that the bill is going to be filed again. I haven't seen anything yet, but this year the session starts in January, so it would be soon.
Perhaps this is one way that the guiding principle that you first mentioned could be manifested through an injection of advocacy and raising public awareness and encouraging the public to not only recognize the communal benefits of historic preservation, culturally and economically and otherwise, but to be proactive in reaching out to the appropriate representatives. I think that would be a tangible action.
Can I add to that? Just, I think that one of the guiding principles, which isn't really in Boyan City directly, but could be the way in which historic preservation is fundamentally an environmental response. Preserving materials as opposed to building new is kind of a foundational environmental stance. And I don't think people realize that to the extent that it could be promoted as that would, I think, be very could be helpful.
Further to that point, I think from a business perspective, you could also tack on to the kind of the great, smart financial kind of incentive when you actually do restore a structure that clearly isn't going to be built in today's, and that kind of like dovetails with what you're saying in terms of, resiliency and the environment and whatnot. But these structures are so unique, and they're so in many ways they represent so much economic engine, I think. And so for legislators that might be also focused on the numbers, you can also make a really strong economic argument, I believe.
Do we have like a committee or an advisory board that focuses just on state legislative issues?
No, I don't think we have. No, we don't have an individual advisory board or committee that focuses on state issues generally. I think we have seen individual boards make this board has. Actually, this board, when Debbie and I found out about the bill last session, we brought it to your attention, and the board made a recommendation to oppose the bill. We transmitted that to the city commission. That's how it usually works, is that each board, within the confines of its mandate, makes recommendations on the specific substantive issues that it's appointed to address.
And so the lobbyist that is hired through competitive process, who does the lobbyist communicate with for directions as to work in Tallahassee? Does it come straight from the commission or the city attorney or the city manager?
So good question. The city commission adopts each year a list of legislative priorities for that session. And that list is what our lobbyists are directed to advocate for on the city's behalf. Our lobbyists are overseen by the city manager's office. So we can do one of two things. If the board would like to endorse generally the idea of making and I've taken notes on this discussion, but if the board would like to endorse an amendment to the charter that would establish historic preservation in the charter as a policy priority, you can do that today. If you'd like to see more specific language, we can place a discussion item on the December agenda and bring you some more specific bullet points. If not, we can take your direction and present it to the Charter Review Board. I would also invite Mr. Chairman, you and Debbie and anyone else who wants to attend to the Charter Review Board meeting once historic preservation is discussed. So either way, we can either take your direction today or bring you back some more specific bullet points.
Well, I think that we had some good ideas put on the table today. We probably have to see them put into words and sentences.
Sure. Yeah.
And I don't know if that's something that maybe we could circulate before the next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be okay? And then have everybody a chance here, to give everyone a chance to chime in, perhaps in more detail, or just sign on to it and say, hey, yeah, this sounds good. Or if there's some, I don't know, create a structure for minor editing or something.
We can do that. We can share a draft before the board's December meeting, and then if any of you have individual feedback, you can share it with us, and we'll present we'll present the language to you at your meeting in December, so you can make a recommendation.
I think we would really appreciate that.
Okay,
Nick.
great.
Yeah, thank you for bringing all of this to us.
Sure.
The timeline is the December meeting, is that right?
Yes.
The review?
Yeah, I would like to get it to you really no later than that, because the overall timeline for charter review is that any amendments would be presented to the city's voters on the November 2024 ballot.
Oh, okay.
And the deadline to do that, the drop deadline, is in July. So we want to start getting these recommendations, and we're working through a lot of issues, but I think the sooner the better.
Okay, thank you, Nick. That's all I had. Do any of the other board members have any?
Well, yeah, if we're not, I guess there's no vote on that. Just
We're going to bring
something
that
formal.
back in December.
Right, we're going to bring it back.
Okay, so just, I'd like to have, for the next meeting, this is something that I wrote to Debbie, Nick, and James about, but because of government in the sunshine, I didn't write to you guys about it. But and it kind of relates to the preemptions. I'd like the city to inform us, to let us know what the review process will look like for an application that triggers the Live Local Act, where local laws are preempted and local review processes are preempted. What is it going to look like? For example, the Clevelander application, what is the review going to look like? And are we going to have any participation in that? And I understood because it involves a particular property owner, we have to give notice. And so I'd like it to be on the next meeting's agenda. And then the other issue is, I'm sure you have all seen driving on Indian Creek Drive along the waterway. They've made a lot of progress on the work, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And if you look online, there's actually something that was passed maybe in 2019, a landscaping plan for the Indian Creek from 41st Street down to Lake Pancoast. And at our meetings, we're often talking about important views in the city's history, crown jewel views. That Indian Creek, that's our historical view. How many Old postcards show boats on Lake Pancoast. Where was the first house on Lake Pancoast? And so the planning process to have a greenway, a recreational path along the Indian Creek is something that had been in discussion for maybe 20 years or so, but during the commission candidates campaigning process, I went to an event where one commissioner, former commissioner, Saul Gross, he had mentioned that, oh, the Indian Creek Greenway project is making advances, and then as an example of something that's going well. So I'd like to have somebody from the city report to us as to what's the current state and expectations for this Indian Creek landscaping project, because historically speaking, and the fact that it does touch upon historic districts, I think it's an important concern for our board, the progress of the Indian Creek landscaping project.
Okay, everyone's good with that, so we'll put that on the December 12th as discussion. I will try to have someone from the city, who's, I think, Capital Improvement Projects is overseeing that, but I will have information for you on that. We will reach out to the owners of the Clevelander and just advise them that we're gonna be generally talking about the Live Local Act, but their property may come up, so I will notice them.
Along with that Live Local Act. For those of you who are aware of the Barclay project.
Yes.
I spoke to the only RFP that was brought back in, and the commission was unhappy with the amount of money they were coming up with and all of that. And I had a meeting with them. I said, look, with the Live Local Act, the new building that you're building, come back with a proposal making it as tall as the convention center across the street. I said, that gives you the opportunity to bolster up the money that the city gets and build more workforce housing. Just so you know that, I mean, I did that from my hat on the Collins Park Neighborhood Association as that being the only building in our entire neighborhood with no plan. So just thought I'd bring that up.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We are adjourned.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving.